Welcome to Potter Read, the channel for fans who love Harry Potter retold with a darker edge, deeper lore, and the power fantasy he was always meant to lead. Today's story is, what if Harry healed a wounded Goblin Warlord at age 6 and the Goblin Nation crowned him their chosen champion, a 7-chapter epic where a small boy under a privet hedge changes the balance of an ancient nation, claims his heritage at Gringotts, and walks back into the wizarding world at the head of an iron-blooded people. If this story moves you, hit the like button, smash that subscribe, and tell us in the comments which chapter hit hardest. Every comment helps the algorithm bring more Potter Read to the fans who need it. Chapter 1, The Stranger in the Hedgerow. The summer Harry Potter turned 6 smelled of cut grass and petrol, and tasted of the inside of a cupboard. Privet Drive had baked under a yellow sun for 9 days running, and Aunt Petunia, who measured the world by the color of her lawn, had set him to work before the dew lifted. He had been outside since 7 in the morning. The sun stood high now and the back of his neck was the color of a peeled apricot. He worked because if he did not work, he did not eat. That was the rule. There were others, and they all had the same shape: do this, and we will not strike you. Harry had learned the rules the way other children learn songs, from repetition and from the sting that followed forgetting. He was small for his age. The spectacles he wore were 2 sizes too large, mended at the bridge with a length of yellow tape Petunia had peeled off a parcel and grudgingly handed him 3 years before. His clothes were Dudley's, hand-me-down to ruin, the cuffs of his trousers bunched up over a length of garden twine because he had no belt. His hair, which Petunia called a disgrace, lay flat against his skull where the sweat had matted it, and stood up everywhere else. He was pulling Thistle out of the verge by the shed when he heard the sound. It was a wet, tearing breath. The kind of sound a cat made when something had broken inside it. He stilled, the trowel still in his hand, and turned his head only as much as he needed to. The hedge that ran along the back fence was an old privet, planted by some Dursley before he had been born, and over the years it had thickened into a wall. A blackbird could vanish into it. A child could too, if it folded itself up small. Something larger than a blackbird was inside it now. Harry had survived 6 years on Privet Drive on a diet of unwanted attention and other people's leftovers, and he had developed 2 instincts in equal measure. The first was the instinct that told him to run. The second was the one that told him no one else was going to do anything. He set the trowel down where Petunia would not see it abandoned. He glanced at the kitchen window. Petunia was on the telephone, gesturing with a tea towel at someone who could not see her. Vernon's car was gone. Dudley was at Piers Pocus's, eating other people's biscuits. He went to the hedge. He knelt at the base of it. The privet was 30 years old and the bottom of its trunks were as thick as his wrists, the leaves above them so densely woven the air beneath was cool. He pushed aside a curtain of green, and it held, and he had to use both hands to part it. The thing inside the hedge looked at him with eyes the color of old iron. For a heartbeat Harry's body decided to run, and his mind got a hand on it just in time. The thing was small. Not much taller than he was. Whatever it had been, it was not that any longer. It was crumpled against the fence in a way no bones like to crumple, and one of its hands was pressed against its side, and the dirt under that hand was black. It was bleeding so much that the privet roots had drunk a circle of it. "Don't," it said. The voice came out wet. It came out like someone clearing a drain. "Don't shout, boy," it said again. "If you shout, they will come, and if they come, you and I will both be dead before the kettle boils." Harry did not shout. He did not move. Up close, the face beyond the leaves was not a man's face. The nose was too long. The ears came to points behind dark, oily hair tied back with a strip of leather. The mouth was wide and the teeth at the corners of it were sharp. The skin along its jaw had been opened by something, and the wound was not a wound a knife made. It was the wrong color at the edges. It glowed, faintly, the dirty green of pond scum. "What are you?" Harry whispered. The creature laughed. It was not a kind laugh. It was the laugh of someone who had not expected to be alive long enough to be insulted. Tall question, it rasped, from a small mouth. Closer, boy. I will not eat you. Even if I were inclined, I have not the teeth left for it today. Harry came closer. He did not know why he came closer. There was a rule for this, the same rule as for every strange thing in the world: don't, you'll be sorry. Petunia's rule. He had been sorry many times for things much smaller than this. He came closer anyway. You are bleeding, he said. Astute. Are you going to die? The iron eyes considered him. Very probably, it said. The matter is not yet decided. The cut is poisoned, and the poison is older than your country. Tell me, boy. What is your name? Harry. Harry, the creature repeated, as if tasting it. A small name for a small mouth. Very well, Harry. My name is Borvak. I am of the line of Ironscar, and I am being hunted, and if your aunt or uncle finds me here they will scream until a man in a uniform comes, and then I will be taken away and butchered like a hog, and you, Harry, will be beaten for hiding me. Do you understand? They beat me anyway, Harry said. The eyes narrowed. Something moved behind them that had not been there a moment before. Borvak studied him in the green dimness of the hedge and did not speak for a long count. Bring me water, he said, at length. Bring me a clean cloth, if there is one in this house. Do not run. Walk. Do not let them see you carrying anything. Are you afraid? Harry considered the question. He had been afraid for a very long time, in a way that was so steady and so loud he had stopped noticing it. He was less afraid right now than he had been at breakfast. No, he said. Then go, small one. And quickly. Harry let the privet close behind him. He walked back across the lawn the way he had been taught to walk, with his head down and his hands at his sides and his shoulders rounded. Inside, Petunia was still on the telephone. He could hear her voice through the open kitchen window, sharp and pleased about something Mrs. Number 6 had said. He went to the downstairs lavatory. There was a drinking glass on the basin. He filled it from the cold tap, and he wrapped it in the hand towel because he could carry only one thing without it looking peculiar, and he put the bundle inside his shirt. He took 2 more towels from the airing cupboard. He took the small first aid tin from above the boiler. He took the bottle of TCP. He took a wooden spoon from the drawer because he did not know what one used to give water to a thing in a hedge, and a wooden spoon seemed less like theft than anything metal. He went out the back door at the precise moment Petunia laughed at her caller. He had learned to time it by ear. A laugh meant her face was turned away from the window, her eyes shut, her free hand flapping. He crossed the lawn slower than he had crossed it on the way in. He went to the hedge as if he was inspecting it for caterpillars. Borvak, he whispered. A long, slow breath answered him. He pushed through. Borvak had not moved. The dark circle under his hand had grown. He took the glass from Harry without comment and drained it in one long swallow that emptied a great deal of the wet sound out of his lungs. Cloth, he said. Harry handed it over. Borvak peeled his hand back from the wound, and Harry, who had seen Vernon cut himself shaving and once watched Dudley sick up an entire packet of jelly babies, thought he was going to be sick. The wound went deeper than a cut had any business going. Inside it the meat was wrong. You wanted to know what I am, Borvak said. He pressed the cloth into the wound and the cloth, on contact, smoked. I am a goblin, boy. Out of the Iron Hills. You are too young to know the word. Forget it later. Now give me the spirit. Harry held out the bottle of TCP. Borvak's mouth twitched. He took the bottle, sniffed it, and made a noise that might have been amusement or contempt. Your kind has reduced the healing arts to a smell, he said. Very well. Cap it. Stand close. The next part is unsightly. He took out the cloth, and he packed the wound with privet leaves Harry would not have thought to use. He bit down on a third bundle of cloth, and he muttered something under his breath in a language that sounded like rocks being broken at the bottom of a well, and the wound stopped smoking. The leaves had taken on the dirty green color, and Borvak spat them out one by one onto the dirt and ground them into nothing under a knuckle. He breathed. The breath was dry. "What did you say?" Harry asked. "A name," Borvak said, "that is not yours to learn. It binds the bleeding for a while. It does not heal. There is poison still inside me, and that poison is bound to a man who is bound to a curse. The curse will catch up by nightfall. By dawn I shall be very dead." "Then we have to get help," Harry said. Borvak laughed his hard laugh again, and Harry liked the sound a little better this time, because it had a thread of something almost fond in it. "Help," the boy says. "Help," he says, "in the back garden of a petunia." "Help from where, Harry?" "My nation does not know I am here. My enemy does. The wizards will not trouble themselves over a goblin in a hedge unless that goblin is biting them. There is no help, Harry. There is only the dirt and the privet and you are 6 years old, and I should have died on a stone road in Yorkshire." Harry sat back on his heels. He thought. He had never been useful. He had been told he was useless so often the word had lost its sharpness. He scrubbed the floor and he polished Vernon's shoes and he weeded the verge, and what he produced when he did those things was not usefulness, it was relief, the brief absence of being yelled at. He had never had a thing that needed him. "Where is the poison?" he said. "Inside," Borvak said. "Where, exactly?" The goblin opened the front of his ruined shirt with 2 fingers. The skin of his torso was the grey-green of stones at low tide, and on it, branching from the wound, ran a tracery of dirty green light, fine as ink veins on a leaf, climbing toward his heart. Harry watched the lines move. They were drawing themselves slowly, like something writing. "It walks," Borvak said. "When it reaches the center of me it will close the muscle. That will be the end of it. I had hoped to be in better company by then." Harry put his hand on the wound. He did it before he thought about it. The flat of his palm covered the worst of it, and the blood came out warm against his skin, and the green light underneath bit him, and he did not pull his hand away. Something in him moved. He had felt it before, in flashes. The day Aunt Marge's bulldog had tried to bite him and the dog had instead become very still and very afraid, and Harry had been beaten that night for being a bad smell. The day the schoolteacher's hair had turned blue when she put him in the corner. The time he had wanted, more than he had ever wanted anything, not to be in his cupboard, and had found himself 5 houses down, sitting on a stranger's wall. It had always been a flicker before. A spark off a wire. Now it was a current. It went down his arm. It went into his palm. It went through Borvak's skin and into the green light, and the green light flinched. It is hard to describe what flinching looked like, in something that did not have a face. The veins of light recoiled the way a snake did when it had not expected the rock under its belly to be warm. They went still. Then they began, very slowly, to retreat. Borvak's iron eyes had become enormous. "Boy," he said. His voice had gone quiet. "Boy, what are you doing?" "I don't know," Harry said. "Do not stop." "I don't know how I'm doing it." "It does not matter." "Do not stop." Harry did not stop. The current under his ribs got louder. It made a noise in his ears that was not a noise. It made the inside of his skull warm in a way that was not warm. The green light kept retreating, and where it retreated, the grey-green of Borvak's skin pinked up faintly, like the inside of a shell. Harry was crying. He had not noticed that. He had not cried in front of another person in a long time. The Dursleys did not allow it. It made Vernon furious in a way that ended badly. He had taught himself to cry in his cupboard with a fist in his mouth, and only when no one could possibly hear, and he had not realized until this moment that he had been holding the habit of not crying in his shoulders for years. He sat in the dirt under the privet hedge and the tears went down his face and he did not pull his hand away from the small dying creature that had asked him for water. The last green vein curled in on itself and went out. The wound under his palm was still open. It was no longer poisoned. Borvak's chest rose and fell, deep and steady, and the air going in and out of him no longer made the wet sound, and the sweat on his brow had broken into a clean sheen instead of the oily film it had been. Harry took his hand away. His palm was red. The skin of it was prickling, as if he had held it too close to a heater, and the heat in him was draining backwards down his spine and out into the dirt under his knees. He felt very, very tired. He felt as if he had run several streets at top speed. Borvak sat up. He did it in one long motion that was not the motion of a thing that had been dying. He turned his face to Harry, and the iron eyes were no longer narrowed in pain. They were wide, and quiet, and they looked at Harry as if Harry had grown new limbs in the last minute and Borvak was deciding which of them to address. "Who are you?" he said. It was not really a question. "Harry," Harry said. "Just Harry." "No," Borvak said. "No, you are not." His hand was rough, and the nails of it were nearly black, and he placed 2 fingers against Harry's forehead, just under the fringe. Harry had a scar there. He had always had it. It was shaped like a lightning bolt, and Aunt Petunia, on the rare occasions she discussed it, said it had come from the car crash that had killed his parents. Harry had stopped asking long ago because the asking had cost him too much. Borvak's fingers found the scar, and his face changed. The change was small. A movement in the corner of the mouth. A tightening of the brow. But Harry, who had spent 6 years reading Petunia for what came next, saw it as clearly as if Borvak had spoken. "You know what it is," he said. Borvak's hand fell away. He looked down at his own chest, where the wound, no longer green, no longer killing him, sat as the simple, deep, ugly thing it was. He pressed a knuckle against it, considering. He looked back at Harry. "I know what it is," he said. "It is not what you think it is. It is not what your aunt has told you, if she has told you anything. It is older and worse. And, Harry, it is not the most interesting thing about you. Not by half. What is the most interesting thing about me?" Borvak smiled. It was a bad smile, the smile of a soldier who has just realized the war is going to last longer than the rest of his life. "You put your hand on a wound made by old magic," he said, "and you sent that magic back where it came from. There are 6 wizards alive who could have done what you have just done. There are 2 who would have. And you are 6, and you are barefoot, and you are weeping under a hedge, and you do not know the word for what you are. What am I?" "A boy," Borvak said. "But not only that. We will speak of it again, you and I." He fell back against the fence. The sitting up had cost him. His eyes drifted, and for a moment Harry thought he had gone, and reached for him. Borvak's hand caught his wrist, with surprising strength. "Listen," he said. "Tonight, when the moon is up, I will sound a horn. It is a small horn. You will not hear it. They will. They are 8 miles south of here, in a place I shall not name, and they will come. They will come at midnight. They will not knock on the front door. Do you understand? Yes. They will come to the hedge. They will see me. They will see you. Do not run from them, Harry. Whatever else happens, do not run from them. They will not harm you. They will look at you and they will know, and what they will say to you afterward you will think is a dream when you wake. It will not be a dream. All right. Tomorrow morning, Borvak said, they will be gone. I will be gone. There will be a mark on the back of your right hand. It will fade by lunchtime, and by lunchtime your aunt and uncle will not see it at all, and that is for the best. You will not speak of this to them. Are we agreed? Yes. Borvak's eyes were closing. You saved my life, Harry, he said. You're welcome. The goblin's mouth moved. It was almost a laugh. You are welcome, he says. As if he has handed me a teacup. Boy. Listen. The thing you did under your hand just now. The current. Yes. That is yours. They will want to take it from you. Some of them will try with sweetness, and some of them will try with iron. You will keep it. Do you hear me, Harry? You will keep what is yours. Promise me. I promise. Say it again. Properly. With your whole mouth. Harry was shivering now. He did not know why. He sat in the warm dirt under the privet and he was cold to his ribs. I promise, he said. I will keep what is mine. Borvak's hand left his wrist. Harry stayed where he was for a long minute. The goblin was breathing. The breath was even. Whatever it had cost Borvak to speak, as long as he had spoken, he would live to speak again. A woman's voice cut across the lawn behind him. Boy! Are you finished with that thistle? The voice was Petunia's. It was sharp, and it was bored, and it was her usual voice, and the world it lived in was a world in which goblins did not bleed under hedges. Harry pulled his head out of the privet. He brushed leaves off his shoulders. He picked up the trowel. Almost, Aunt Petunia, he called. Don't dawdle. Your uncle wants the path swept before he gets home. The kitchen window shut. Harry looked back at the hedge. He could not see Borvak from here. The privet had closed perfectly behind him, as if nothing had been disturbed. The grass under his knees was crushed in a small patch that would spring up by morning. He looked down at his right hand. There was nothing on it. Not yet. He went and swept the path. He swept it slowly because his legs were trembling, and he did not want Petunia at the window to see his legs trembling. He thought about the current under his palm. He thought about the way the green light had retreated. He thought about the words Borvak had used, old magic, and, yours. He thought about being 6 years old and being told, for the first time he could remember, that something belonged to him. It was a strange thing. It did not stop the trembling in his legs. It changed the meaning of it. The trembling, instead of being an afterthing of fear, became an afterthing of effort, of having done something difficult and finished it. He had finished a thing. The privet had a creature in it that was breathing because Harry had decided it would breathe, and he had decided this without permission. He swept the path. Vernon came home at 6. The Range Rover hissed up the driveway and Vernon hauled himself out of it with the heavy patience of a man who had spent the day among lesser men. He came into the kitchen smelling of coffee and traffic and shouted at Petunia for the supper. He did not look at Harry. Harry, while Vernon lectured the soup, stood with his back to the cooker and his hands behind him, and he turned his right palm upward inside his other hand and looked at the skin of it. There was a faint warmth in the center of the palm. It was not heat. It was not pain. It was as if a coin lay there, just under the skin, that had been in someone's pocket all afternoon. He closed his fingers over it and the warmth pressed up into his fingers, agreeable and patient. Vernon told Petunia the soup was thin. Petunia said it was cream of mushroom and it was cream of mushroom yesterday and the day before yesterday, and Vernon said yes, exactly, that was the trouble, it was thinning, and Petunia made a face at him over the pot which Harry, by long practice, did not see. Dinner came and went. Harry was given a bowl with rather less in it than the others' bowls. He ate it slowly, the way Petunia had taught him, mouth shut, no slurping. He cleared his bowl. He cleared the others' bowls. He washed up. Petunia sent him to his cupboard at 8:30. He went into it without complaint. He pulled the door behind him and he sat on the cot and he listened to the noises of the house above him, Vernon's shoes coming off, Vernon's chair receiving Vernon, the news at 9, the kettle, the 10 o'clock film, the kettle again. He did not sleep. He had not slept properly since spring, and he did not sleep tonight either. He lay on his back with his hands folded over his ribs, and the warmth in his right palm came up through his cotton shirt and warmed his sternum, and after a while it stopped being a coin and became the steady, low sound of a banked fire. The clock on the landing struck 11. He waited. The clock struck 1/4 past. The clock struck 1/2 past. He heard, from somewhere very far off, a horn. It was not a horn the way the bus driver's horn was a horn. It was not a horn the way the post van's horn was a horn. It was a long, hollow, deep call, and it came in once, and it stopped, and Harry only knew it had been there because he had been listening so hard the silence after it sounded like a held breath. He sat up in the cupboard. The little space had gone very still around him. His shadow had stopped moving on the wall. The clock struck 12. He was not asleep when the back garden lit up. The light was not bright. It was the color of a candle through a paper shade, but it was coming from outdoors, and it was painting his cupboard wall faintly through the gap under the front door. He waited until the light steadied, and then he moved. He moved without thinking, as he had moved to the privet hedge that morning. He turned the latch of his cupboard. Vernon had stopped locking it from the outside 2 years before, when Harry's cousin had tried to lock himself in and got hysterical. Harry pushed the door open with the flat of one hand. The hallway was empty. The house was asleep. Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley made 3 different snores upstairs, in 3 different keys. Harry crossed the hall. He went into the kitchen. He went out of the back door, in his pajamas, in his bare feet. There were 5 of them on the lawn. They were small, and they were armored. The armor was dark, and it caught the candle-colored light without giving any of it back. Each of them carried a long, curved blade across the back. They stood in a half-ring around the privet hedge, and their iron eyes, in the dimness, looked exactly like Borvak's, and Harry, who had come out into his back garden expecting to be afraid, found that he was not afraid at all. The goblin in the center of the half-ring turned to face him. This goblin was older than Borvak. The hair on his head was iron gray, the same color as his eyes, and the beard on his chin was woven with little rings of dark metal. There was a circlet on his brow that had not been forged on any earthly anvil, and where it touched the skin was paler. He bowed. It was a small bow. It was the bow one warlord gives to another in the moment before they decide whether to draw. "Harry," said the old goblin. "Yes," Harry said. "My name is Carrag, of the Iron's Car. You have laid hands on my brother. You have drawn the curse out of him. We have come to take him home." "All right." The old goblin's iron eyes did not leave Harry's face. He seemed to be reading a page he had not expected to find in this book. After a moment, he turned his head a fraction, and the goblins on either side of him stepped forward. They went to the hedge. They lifted Borvak out of it on a stretcher made of black wood that they had brought between them. Borvak was awake. He looked at Harry past the shoulder of the goblin who carried him, and his mouth moved in something that was not a smile and not a frown but something more careful than either. Carrag came forward. He was not as tall as Harry, but he held himself the way Vernon held himself when Vernon wanted a room to know he was the largest thing in it, and the comparison was not in Vernon's favor. He stopped a pace short of the boy. He reached out with one calloused, dark hand. He turned Harry's right hand palm up. "Hold still," he said. Harry held still. Carrag laid the flat of his thumb over the center of Harry's palm. Harry felt the warmth there leap up to meet it like a dog meeting its master at the door. Carrag drew his thumb across the palm and along the back of the hand, and where his thumb went a thin dark line formed, the color of well water, and the line bent and turned and became a shape Harry did not have a word for. "There," Carrag said. "It will not show in daylight. You will know it is there because you will know it is there. When the time comes, you will hold up your hand, and we shall see it, and we shall come. Do you understand?" Yes, Harry said. Carrag's iron eyes searched his face. Borvak says you are 6, he said. Borvak says you put your hand on a curse made by an old enemy of ours and you sent that curse back into the earth. Borvak says he watched you do it. I am old, Harry, and I have heard every kind of lie a goblin in trouble can tell, and what Borvak has said tonight is not a lie. I didn't know I could, Harry said. That, said Carrag, is the first reason we have come. He stepped back. He raised one armored arm. The half-ring of warriors moved as one. They turned, and they moved across the lawn, and where they stepped the grass made no sound, and where their armor caught the light there was no glint, and they went out through the side gate which Harry was certain had been bolted. Carrag was the last to go. At the gate he stopped. He looked back. The garden behind him was empty of every goblin but himself. His old face, in the candle-colored light, was carved deep with lines, and not all of those lines were age. Harry, he said. Yes. In the years to come, you will be told a great many stories about who you are. Some of them will be true, and some of them will not, and the ones that are true will be the ones you are not given. You will hold the line of your own name. Do you understand me, child? I think so. Say it back to me. I will hold the line of my own name. Carrag inclined his head. It was the second bow of the night, and it was deeper than the first. Sleep, Harry, he said. We have you. He went out through the gate and the gate closed behind him without a sound, and the candle-colored light withdrew across the lawn in a slow pale tide, and the garden was a back garden again, with the privet and the shed and the Dursleys' rotary clothesline, and it was 4 minutes past midnight. Harry stood in his pajamas in the wet grass and looked at the back of his right hand. There was nothing on it that any other 6-year-old's hand did not have. Beneath the skin, faintly, a warmth waited like a kept secret. He went back inside. He went into the cupboard. He pulled the door behind him. He slept. He woke at the usual hour to the usual rapping on the cupboard door. Petunia's voice, sour with morning, told him to be up and decent in 5 minutes. He swung his legs off the cot. He was sore in the long, used-up way a body is sore the morning after a long walk, and his right palm had a faint pulse in it the way a tooth has a pulse, and when he held the hand up close to the light bulb he saw nothing on it but the lines of his own skin. He pressed his thumb against the center of the palm. The warmth answered. It was not a trick of his mind. He knew tricks of his mind. He had made a great many of them across a great many cupboard hours. This was not one of them. The warmth answered him the way the kettle answered the tap. It had a shape. It had a steadiness. It was, in a small and particular way, his. He dressed. He brushed his teeth at the basin. He went into the kitchen with his head down and his shoulders rounded. Vernon was at the table with the morning paper held up like a wall, and Petunia stood at the cooker pushing eggs around a pan, and Dudley sat in his pajamas eating cornflakes with a sulk that suggested some toy somewhere was not quite the toy it should have been. Boy, Vernon said, without lowering the paper. Bins. Harry went out for the bins. The lawn was wet. The privet hedge stood as it had always stood. There was no patch of crushed grass at its foot, and there was no dark circle drunk into its roots, and there was no mark in the dirt where a goblin had bled out 1 summer's worth of bad blood. Harry crouched anyway, the way a boy crouches who has lost a coin, and he ran his fingers over the soil. It was dry. It was warm. It smelled of nothing but the privet. He stood up. He took the bins to the curb. He came back through the side gate, the very gate Carrag had passed through 12 hours before, and the latch of it was bolted, and on the wood of it, near the hinge, where no one would look, there was a small mark scored into the paint. It was no bigger than a fingernail. The lines of it were the lines that had run across the back of his hand when Carrag had drawn them. The morning sun did not show them. He saw them because he knew where to look. He pressed his thumb against the scored mark, and the warmth in his right palm leapt up to meet it, and somewhere, 8 miles south of Privet Drive, in a place Carrick had not named, something hurt him. He took his thumb away. He went inside. He ate the toast Petunia gave him, which was the heel of the loaf, and he cleared away Dudley's bowl, which was full of the cornflakes Dudley had refused on principle. He washed up. He dried up. He stood at the sink afterward with his hands in the soapy water, and he watched, through the window over the sink, a starling landing on the privet hedge. The bird put its head on one side. Its bright eye considered the kitchen in the way that birds' eyes considered nothing in particular. Harry held up his right hand, very small, palm out, where the bird could see it, but Petunia, 2 feet behind him, could not. He thought about the warmth in the center of it. He thought, for a count of 3, of the bird being quite happy and quite unalarmed, and he thought it with the part of him that had thought, yesterday under the hedge, of green light retreating. The starling fluffed its feathers. It hopped a little closer along the privet. It looked at him through the window with a curiosity that was not the curiosity birds had for crumbs. After a moment it gave a short, satisfied chirp, and lifted, and was gone. Harry put his hand back in the water. He smiled, small and private, into the suds. "Boy," Vernon said, behind the paper, "you're standing about. Move." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." He moved. He spent the morning on the path again. It needed sweeping a second time because Vernon required the path to be swept twice, on principle, the way Vernon required the soup to be thicker on principle. Harry swept it, slowly. He thought, as he swept, about the words Borvak had used. He thought about the word champion, which Borvak had not used and which Carrick had not used, but which was sitting somewhere under the silence of the things they had not said, the way the warmth was sitting under the skin of his palm. He thought about the word nation. He had never had a nation. He had had a cupboard, and he had had a school, and he had had a row of houses on a road, and he had had Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon and Dudley, who he was supposed to love but did not. He had had no people. He had assumed, for as much of his life as he had been able to assume anything, that this was the shape of his life, alone in the center of other people, allowed to exist on the edge of their notice. Borvak had bled under his hand. Carrick had bowed to him. 5 armored warriors had stood in the dewy lawn and called him by his name. "Sleep, Harry. We have you." He swept the path. He thought about the word we. He got it down twice, the path, and Vernon by lunchtime had found 2 other things for him to do, and after lunch Petunia decided the airing cupboard wanted reordering, and after that the windows wanted doing, and after that Dudley wanted his bicycle wheeled around the front, and the day went the way the days went, and through every part of it Harry kept the warmth in his palm closed inside his fingers like a small bird, and through every part of it the warmth did not go out. By evening he had a private, quiet certainty he had not had at breakfast. It was not a certainty that he was safe. He knew, even at 6, that he was not safe. Vernon was Vernon. Petunia was Petunia. The cupboard was the cupboard. Whatever had happened under the hedge yesterday afternoon was not going to make Vernon less Vernon by morning. It was a certainty that he was no longer alone in the center of other people's notice. 8 miles south of Privet Drive, in a place that had no name on his maps, there were people who had bowed to him. There was a brother of Borvak's carrying Borvak home. There was an old warlord with iron in his beard who had said "we have you," and had meant it, and had not lied. Harry, in the cupboard that night, lay on his back with his right hand open on his sternum and the warmth in his palm answering the warmth in his chest, and he did not sleep for a long time. He was not afraid in the dark. He had been afraid in the dark every night for as long as he had had a memory. He was not afraid in it now. He turned his face to the cupboard wall and he said, very softly, into the cobwebs, "I will hold the line of my own name." He went to sleep saying it. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Iron Oath. A week passed before they came for him. It was the longest week Harry had ever counted. Each morning he woke at the rapping on his cupboard door and lay for a moment with his palm flat on his sternum, checking the warmth there as a man checks his pocket for a wallet. Each morning the warmth was where he had left it. Each morning, after that, the day went on the way the days went on. Privet Drive, Vernon's paper, Petunia's burnt eggs, Dudley's grievances, the path swept twice, the lawn mowed once, the bins put out and brought back in. He went about it differently. Not in any way the Dursleys could see. The change was below the skin, in the shape of his attention. Where before his attention had run mostly to the size of Vernon's mood and the position of Petunia's hands, it now also tracked the angle of the sun and the small currents of the back garden. He learned, in that week, what the warmth in his palm was for. It was for listening. He could hold his hand a little to one side, and the privet hedge by the back fence would answer him. He could hold it the other way and the side gate would. The mark scored into the paint by Carrag's thumb hummed back to him whenever he came near it. He stopped going near it on purpose. He did not want it to wear out. On the 7th evening Vernon came home in a foul mood. The mood was about something at work, and the something at work was about a man called Tomlinson, and Tomlinson had said, in front of the senior partners, what Vernon had been planning to say himself, and Vernon had spent the drive home composing a speech to the kitchen about it. The speech began over Petunia's pork chops. It was, by the second chop, a speech about how Tomlinson was the kind of man who got ahead in this country, and the speech, by the third chop, was a speech about boys who didn't know their place. Harry knew where the speech was going. He had heard versions of it before. He looked down at his plate and waited for it to find him. It found him. "Don't slouch," Vernon said. Harry sat up. "Don't sit up like that," Vernon said. "Like a bloody string puppet. Sit properly." Harry tried to sit properly. He had no idea, at this point in his life, what proper looked like to Vernon, because Vernon's idea of proper changed depending on which Tomlinson had crossed Vernon that day. He picked some middle ground. He put his fork down. He kept his hands in his lap. "And what's that face?" "Nothing, Uncle Vernon." "What was that?" "Nothing, sir." The mood found a use for the fork. Vernon used it as a baton at the air over Harry's plate. He kept it short of touching, but the shape of it was clear, and Harry had eaten a great many dinners in the shape of it, and the shape was always followed sooner or later by a hand. The hand came, that night, before pudding. Vernon's hand was big and dry and it took the back of Harry's neck like a man taking a kitten by the scruff, and it lifted him a half-inch off the chair, and it set him down again with a small bone-deep snap of the teeth, and Vernon said, in a voice with pleasure under it, "There. Now eat with respect." Harry ate with respect. The warmth in his right palm had gone very still. He felt its stillness. He had not known a warmth could be still. It was not afraid. It was not angry. It was the stillness of a dog watching a door, choosing whether to bark. He kept his hand under the table. He ate the rest of his pork chop with a fork that wanted very much to bend at the neck and did not. Petunia, who had not looked up from her plate during any of it, asked Vernon if he wanted apple charlotte. Vernon wanted apple charlotte. Harry was sent to his cupboard at 8, without pudding, to think about respect. He went into the cupboard and he closed the door behind him, and he sat on the cot, and he held his right palm up against his cheek and felt the slow steady heat of it cooling, the dog at the door deciding, in the end, not to bark tonight. Not tonight, he told it, in his head, because he did not know whether it hurt him, and he would rather not test what the hand could do to a kitchen with Petunia in it. Not tonight. The warmth went steady again under his cheek. He sat in the dark. He thought about how the warmth had not flared. He thought about how it had waited, the way he had waited under the privet hedge a week ago, very still, very ready. He thought about Carrag's words, about a thing you would keep because some would try with sweetness and some would try with iron, and he understood, sitting there, what he had not understood standing under the hedge, that what was his was also patient. The warmth was not a punishment looking for a target. It was a tool. He had been 6 years old and he had not had any tools. A small line scored against the wall of his cupboard. He did not see it. He felt it. It was the same kind of warmth as the mark on the side gate, only quieter. The way a word whispered in another room is quieter than a word said in this one. He turned his head. His knee bumped the cardboard box he kept his clothes in. The line went on quietly. He put his palm to the cupboard wall, where the line lived, and the warmth in his palm met the warmth in the wall, and the wall made him a small, polite suggestion. It suggested he go into the back garden. Now. He listened above his head. The television was on. Vernon's chair was creaking. Petunia was in the kitchen running water. The chain on the upstairs lavatory was being worked by Dudley, who had developed a habit of going to the lavatory immediately after putting to get out of doing the dishes. Harry counted the noises. He counted them twice. He did the cupboard latch, and the cupboard latch made the small click it made when no one was listening for it, and he was out into the hall with no shoes on his feet and his hand on the kitchen door before the cistern upstairs had finished refilling. The kitchen was empty. Petunia had gone into the dining room with the tea tray. He went out into the back garden. The night was cool. The lawn was wet. The privet hedge was still and very dark, and at its foot, where Borvak had bled a week ago, two figures were waiting. The first was Carrag. He looked smaller than he had looked the night of the half-ring. He stood in the wet grass in plain dark wool, with no armor on him, and the iron in his beard was wound with a strip of bright cloth that had not been there a week ago, and his iron eyes met Harry's with the same patient consideration with which he had looked at him over a circlet. The second figure was Borvak. Borvak was leaning on a black cane that had a worked silver head, and his shirt under his coat was buttoned to the collar, and the color in his face was good. He smiled at Harry. It was not the laugh of a creature too tired for amusement. It was a real smile, and it came up to his iron eyes. "Boy," he said. "Borvak. You did not tell anyone." "No. You were not certain we would come back." "I was." "Were you, then?" Borvak considered him. "Why?" Harry thought about how to say it. He had thought about it a great deal, in the cupboard, lying on his back. He had not had words for it then, and he had not gathered many words since. "Carrag said we have you," he said. And he meant it. So I waited. The smile in Borvak's eyes went deeper. Carrag inclined his head once, the small inclination, the warlord's nod. "Harry," Carrag said, "we have come to ask a thing of you. You may say no. If you say no, we will leave, and the mark on your hand will fade, and you will not see us again unless you call us. Do you understand?" "Yes." "What I am about to ask you," said Carrag, "is older than your country and older than mine. I would not ask it of a child. I am asking it of you because of what you did under the hedge, and because of what is in your blood, and because there has been a council, and the council has decided. Do you know the word champion?" "Like a knight," Harry said. "Better than that." "Like in stories." "Older than stories." "There is a thing my people have. We have a crown, and the crown is not a thing of metal. The crown sits on the head of a goblin king, in the deep place under the world, and it has sat there for 1300 years, and once in a generation it chooses a champion. The champion is not always a goblin. He has been a goblin 12 times in 1300 years. He has been other things on the times in between. He has been an elf once, and a hill witch twice, and a man named Beric of Caer once, and a Norman knight whose name is no longer remembered once. He is what the crown chooses. And the crown chose me? The crown stirred for you when Borvak's blood was in the privet at your feet," Carrag said. "It has not stirred in 80 years. We had thought, in the council, that perhaps it had gone quiet for good. The crown was not quiet on the night you laid your hand on the curse. The crown was loud. We of the council heard it loud. There has been a vote. The vote was unanimous, which has not happened in living memory. We are come to bind it. Bind it, Harry said. With your consent. What does it mean? Carrick did not answer immediately. It means, said Borvak, picking up the answer where Carrick had set it down, that you become to us what no other living being on this island is. It means you have a people, Harry. It means you have a house. It means there are 8,000 of us between the iron hills and the deep vaults under London, and not one of us will pass you on a road and fail to bow. It means you have a teacher. Several. It means there are doors in the world that will open to you that have not opened in 100 years. It means you have a sword, when you are old enough to lift it. It means you have gold. Gold, Harry said. He had not thought about gold. Your name has gold, Borvak said. We will speak of that elsewhere. Yes, Harry. Gold. And in return, Carrick said, the crown asks of you what it asks of every champion. You will speak truly with us. You will not betray us. You will hold the line of your name. You will lift hand against the enemies of our people, when they are also the enemies of yours, and they shall be the same enemies. We do not ask that you be a goblin. You are not a goblin. We ask that you be ours, and we yours, in the way that the old word champion meant before your kind made it small. Will I have to leave? Harry asked. He did not mean to ask it. It came out of him before he could decide whether to ask it. The two goblins looked at him. Tonight? Carrick said. Or in this life? Tonight. No, Harry. Not tonight. Tonight we will bind the crown to you, here, in this garden, in 20 minutes' work, and you will go back into your cupboard and your aunt and uncle will not know anything has changed, and tomorrow we will come again, and there will be a great many tomorrows after that, and we will teach you what you need to know in pieces small enough that no one will see what you have learned. We are not a people who rush. We have 1,300 years of patience. You will go, in time. There will be a time when you come away from this house. That time is not tonight. Will the Dursleys, will they be hurt? No. We have a saying, Harry. The kicked dog repays the boot, but never sooner than the boot deserves. They will not be hurt because hurting them, tonight, would be sooner than they deserve. There will be a reckoning of accounts, in time, but it will be lawful, and it will be in the open, and they will see it coming. We are an honorable people. We do not do murder in back gardens. Harry looked at Carrick. You are sure, he said. About the crown. I am sure. I am 6. You are 6, Carrick said, and you are also the boy who pulled a curse out of my brother's chest with a bare hand, and the crown does not care how many summers your bones have counted. The crown is older than counting. Will you say yes? Harry thought about his cupboard. He thought about the way the warmth had been still during dinner, the dog at the door, deciding. He thought about the way Vernon's hand had taken the back of his neck and how the next time it took the back of his neck it would be the same hand and the same neck, and how the rules of the house, which he had learned the way a child learned songs, were not going to stop being rules the way songs stopped being songs after they had been sung. He thought about what Carrick had said about a sword, when he was old enough to lift it. He thought about the word people. Yes, he said. Borvak let out a breath he had been holding. Carrick nodded. Carrick did not bow this time. The bow had been for a stranger. There were no strangers now. Good, Carrick said. Step here. Where the privet shadow falls. Harry stepped where Carrick pointed. The grass under his feet was wet, and his pajama legs by the ankle were already cold. Carrick drew, from inside his coat, a small dark bowl. The bowl was the color of an old kettle. He set it down on the grass between them. Borvak said something in the goblin tongue. It was the language Borvak had used under the hedge, and like that night it sounded like rocks being broken at the bottom of a well, and like that night the rocks were being broken on purpose, in a particular order, by hands that knew the order. Something in the back garden listened. Harry could not have said what listened. He felt it the way he had felt Carrag's mark on the gate, only larger, and slower, and older. The privet hedge listened. The lawn listened. The shed listened. Far above them, faintly, somewhere over Surrey, the air listened. The world had a great many ears. Hand, Carrag said. Harry held out his right hand. Carrag took it. He turned the palm upward. Borvak unscrewed a small silver bottle, and the smell that came out of it was the smell of nothing Harry had ever met, an iron smell, but with something green in it that was not pond scum. Borvak tipped a single drop of the contents onto the center of Harry's palm. The drop was the color of Borvak's iron eyes. It did not run. It did not soak in. It sat on the warmth in his palm the way a drop of mercury sits on glass. Swear, Carrag said. 3 things, in your own words. The crown will hear you. It does not require pretty speech. It requires truth. Speak truly, and the drop will go in. Speak falsely, and the drop will burn. Do you understand? Yes. First. That you accept the crown's regard. Harry looked down at the drop. He looked up at Carrag. He looked at Borvak. I accept, he said. The crown's regard. The drop did not burn. Second. That you swear no harm to my people, by act or by silence, while you live. I swear no harm to your people. By act or by silence. While I live. The drop did not burn. Third, Carrag said, and his old face was very still, that you will hold the line of your own name, even against us. Especially against us. We are an honorable people, Harry. We are not a perfect one. There may come a day when one of us asks of you a thing the crown would not ask. On that day you will say no, and we will obey the no, and the crown will hold. Harry looked at Carrag for a long moment. He had not expected the third thing to be that. I swear, he said, I will hold the line of my own name. Even against you. Especially against you. The drop went in. It went in not all at once but the way water went into dry ground in a film, slow and deliberate, the silver of it spreading through the lines of his palm and along his fingers and up his wrist, and where it went the warmth in him got brighter. His chest filled with it. The back of his skull filled with it. The corners of his eyes filled with it. He felt very tall, and very small, and very much like a candle wick that had just had a flame put to it for the first time, and he stood very still in the wet grass with Borvak's silver bottle gleaming in the privet shadow and Carrag's old hand still cupping the underside of his. When the silver had passed through him, the world was the same and not the same. It was not louder. It was wider. He could feel, faintly, 8 miles south, a great low chamber in the earth that was full of breathing. He could feel the privet hedge as something that had been there for 30 years and would be there for 30 more if no one cut it. He could feel the side gate mark warm and patient, and the boundaries of the property as a square of small magics laid down by Petunia's terrible mother 40 years before. He could feel his own scar. He had not been able to feel his scar before. It had a temperature. It was colder than the rest of him. Carrag let his hand go. It is done, the old goblin said. Are you all right, Harry? Borvak said. Yes. His mouth was a little numb. Yes, I am. Borvak nodded. Good. Then attend, for 2 minutes. Carrag will speak to you about tomorrow. There are 3 things you must know, Carrag said. First. You will not see us at this gate again. The mark has done its work. Tonight was the binding. Hereafter we will come to you elsewhere, in places where there are no Dursleys and no curtain twitchers. Second. Tomorrow, after your aunt and uncle have gone to sleep, the mark on the gate will warm. You will go through the gate and turn left along the alley. You will walk to the end. There will be a man waiting in a black motor car. He is a wizard. He is paid. He does not ask questions. He will drive you to a place, and at that place you will find Borvak and a teacher, and you will be there for an hour, and the man will drive you back. Do you understand? Yes. Third. You are not yet to use the silver under your skin. Not in front of the Dursleys. Not in front of the boys at your school. Not in front of the woman next door who watches the gate. You will treat it as a kept thing. There will be lessons for using it. The first lesson is to keep it. Are we agreed? Yes. Good. Carrag's old face softened. It did not become a different face, but a layer of it relaxed. And, Harry. One thing more. You will not be struck again. Harry blinked at him. My uncle will not strike you again, Carrag said, because tomorrow night, when you go through the gate, the binding will speak to your house in the way that a binding speaks. The next time he raises a hand against you, the hand will go cold, and stay cold, until he lowers it. 3 minutes, the first time. 6, the second. He will think it is a circulation problem. He will go and see his doctor about it. He will not be cured. He will eventually learn. He may learn slow, and he may learn fast, but he will learn. We are an honorable people, Harry. I told you. We are also a clever one. Borvak's mouth twitched at the corner. Thank you, Harry said. He did not say it quickly. He said it the way a person says the word when he is testing it in his mouth for the first time. He had said thank you a great many times to a great many people on Privet Drive, and this was the first time he had meant it. Carrag inclined his head. He did not say you are welcome. The goblins, Harry was learning, did not waste words on welcomes. The 2 goblins withdrew across the lawn. They went through the side gate as before, without sound. Borvak, at the gate, looked back. He raised his cane in a small salute, the sort of salute one veteran gives another at a doorway in a story. He went out, and the gate closed, and the warmth in the gate's mark settled down to the low hum of a kept thing, and the lawn was empty. Harry stood where he was for a long minute. He looked at his right hand. There was nothing on it that anyone could see. Beneath the skin a steady, silver warm pulse answered the steady, silver warm pulse in his sternum. Above his head, somewhere on the upstairs landing, the chain of the lavatory was being worked again. Dudley had eaten too much pudding. Harry went back into the kitchen. He went into the hall. He went into the cupboard. He pulled the door behind him, and he sat on the cot with his hands open in his lap, palms up, and he listened to his own scar being cold against the back of his head and to the cupboard wall, where Carrag's small line was, being warm against his shoulder. He did not sleep. He did not need to sleep. The next day Vernon raised his hand at Harry. It happened in the hall, just before lunch. Harry had not done anything that Vernon could have named in court. Harry had passed Vernon at the wrong angle on his way out of the kitchen, and Vernon had been thinking about Tomlinson again, and Vernon's hand had come up the way a hand comes up when it has been doing the same thing for years and has not yet been told to stop. The hand stopped in the air. It stopped because the cold went into it. Harry watched. He watched without moving. He watched Vernon's eyebrows do something Vernon's eyebrows had not been asked to do in years, which was to register surprise. Vernon's hand hung in the air at the level of Harry's ear, and the color in the fingers was draining out of it, and Vernon's lips moved silently around a word Vernon could not quite get out, and after the longest 3 minutes of Harry's life Vernon lowered the hand and looked at it, and looked at Harry, and looked at his hand again, and went away into the lounge and sat down very heavily in his chair without saying a word. Petunia, who had seen it from the kitchen door, pressed her lips together and went to make tea. Harry, in the hall, looked at his palm. The silver under the skin was very still. It was the dog at the door. It was deciding, again, this time, in his favor, not to bark. He closed his fingers over it, gently. Thank you, he thought, in his head, in case the crown was listening. Thank you. He went out for the bins. The bins did not feel heavy that morning. 3 nights later he went through the gate and turned left along the alley, and the man in the black motor car was there with the engine running, and the man took his cap off when he saw Harry coming and put it back on, and asked no questions, and drove him 40 minutes east into the dark. And at the end of 40 minutes the road became a lane and the lane became a track and the track ended at a low stone-built farmhouse with a single light at the door. Borvak was at the door. So was a goblin Harry had not met, a younger one, with a long scar across the upper lip and a coat that had more pockets than Harry had ever counted on a coat. "Harry," Borvak said. "This is Master Core. He will be teaching you Old Speech, beginning tonight, and a great many other things in time. He is impatient, and he hates to repeat himself, and he is the best at what he does. You will like him, eventually." "How long is eventually?" Core said. He did not look up from the book on his lap. He had a voice that sounded like dragging a blade across a stone for the pleasure of the sound. "For Harry, 2 months. That long? He is 6. So was I, once. Sit, boy. Open your hand. Do not speak. You will speak when I say you will speak. Tonight you will listen, and you will let the silver under your palm answer what I show you. Tomorrow we will see how much you remembered. Sit down." Harry sat. He opened his hand. The hour went by like a breath. He did not remember, afterward, every word of the lesson, but he remembered the shape of it, a low rumble of the goblin tongue, and a feeling in his palm of being asked questions and answering them with no words, and a slow flexing of something behind his eyes that had not been flexed before. When the hour ended, the man in the black motor car was waiting again, and Harry was driven home along the dark lanes, and at the end of the alley he was let out, and he walked along the side of the house in the dark and slipped through the gate and back into the cupboard, and Vernon and Petunia and Dudley snored on in the 3 keys of their nightly cord, and not one of them stirred. He slept at last. He slept the long, dreamless sleep of a child who has done a day's good work. In the morning Petunia gave him an extra slice of toast. Petunia did not know why she had given him an extra slice of toast. Petunia stood at the toaster afterward looking at the lever as if it had betrayed her. Harry ate his toast. He said thank you, and he meant it. The summer went on. The thistle came back. The path needed sweeping twice, on principle. Vernon's hand did not come up at Harry again, that summer or any other. In the deep place under the world a crown sat warm on the head of a goblin king, and somewhere in that deep place, in a council chamber of black stone, 8,000 goblins between the iron hills and the deep vaults under London went about their lives knowing, with a quiet they did not name, that the crown had stirred at last for a small boy in glasses on Privet Drive, and that the next century of their people had begun. A fortnight into the holidays Petunia made Harry walk to the corner shop for a pint of milk, because she had run out and Vernon was watching the cricket and Dudley was watching Vernon. Harry was given a 50-pence piece in his palm and a shopping list of 1 item written down in case he forgot it on the way, and he was sent out the front door with the strict instruction not to dawdle and not to talk to anyone and to come back the same way he had gone. He went the same way he had gone. He did not dawdle. He came back along the pavement with the pint of milk inside both hands the way a small child carries a thing that has been entrusted to him, and at the end of Privet Drive, where the pavement met the alley behind the houses, he met Piers Polkiss and 2 boys he did not know. Piers Polkiss was Dudley's height and Dudley's age and all of Dudley's character without the cushion of being the only child of Petunia and Vernon. He had ferret eyes and a runny nose and an instinct for cruelty so reliable that Vernon, who liked him, had once said he would go far. The 2 boys with him were 10 or 11, with hands in their pockets, the way boys at that age stood when they had decided in advance that something was going to happen and they were going to enjoy it. "Oi," Piers said. "Potter." Harry stopped where he was on the pavement. He held the pint of milk a fraction tighter. "Where you going?" "Home." "With what?" "Milk." "For who?" "Aunt Petunia." "Liar." Piers stepped off the curb and onto the pavement, and the 2 other boys came with him. She doesn't drink milk. She drinks tea. Big D told me. She drinks tea with no milk. The other two boys snickered, because Big D, which was what Piers called Dudley, was famously an authority on his mother's opinions. It's for the tea, Harry said. What? You put milk in tea? You put a slap on a face that talks back, said Piers, and he reached. Harry stood very still. He had been expecting it. He had been expecting it for a year, or 2 years, or longer than he could count. Piers had been growing into this moment the way a fruit grew into being eaten. The hand came at the side of his head, and the warmth in his palm went still, the way it had gone still during dinner that night Vernon's hand had taken his neck, and Harry, because he was learning the difference between what to do and what not to, did the smallest thing he could think of. He stepped a half-pace to the right. He did not duck. He did not flinch. He took a single small sideways step, and at the same time he lifted his right hand from the bottle of milk and held it open at his side, palm out, where Piers could not see it but where the alley could. Piers' hand went past Harry's ear. The hand kept going. It was as if Piers had lost his footing on something Harry could not see. He pitched forward, his weight gone where it had not meant to go, and his foot caught on a paving stone that was not there, and he went down on his elbow and his knee with the small dignified yelp of a boy who has fallen in front of his audience, and the two other boys made the noises they made, and Piers came up on his knees with a graze on his palm and a graze on his elbow and his face the color of corned beef. You pushed me, he said. I didn't move, Harry said. You pushed me. I was holding a bottle of milk. Piers looked at the bottle of milk in Harry's other hand. The two boys with him looked at the bottle of milk. Piers looked at the bottle of milk, and at his graze, and at the paving stones, and at Harry, who had not moved. Piers' face went through 4 colors in a second. He stood up. He brushed himself off with a great deal of dignity. He told Harry he was a freak under his breath, and he said it 3 times, the way he said things he was not sure were true, and he and the 2 boys went off down the alley without looking back. The 2 boys did not laugh on the way. The alley swallowed them. Harry stood with the milk in both hands. He did not look at his right palm. He did not need to. He could feel the silver under the skin going gently down to its kept thing pulse, the dog at the door lying down again, well content. He had not lifted a hand against another child. He had stepped a half-pace. The alley had done the rest. The alley had remembered, on his behalf, where its loose paving stone had been 10 years ago, before someone had laid a new one over it. He went home. He gave Petunia the milk. He gave her the change from the 50-pence piece. She counted it twice. She did not look at him. That night, in the cupboard, he held his palm to his cheek, and he said, in his head, to the crown, not him. We do not do murder in back gardens. We do not do murder in alleys either. We do not do murder. He made the alley do it. He did not know whether the crown was answering, or whether he was answering himself in the crown's voice, but the warmth under his cheek pulsed slowly twice, the way a heart pulses when it is not afraid. He took it for an answer. He turned to face the wall. He slept. The 3rd night lesson with Master Core took place not at the farmhouse but in a wood. The black motor car had taken him as far as a gate, and beyond the gate a path had run between birches, and at the end of the path Core had been waiting on a fallen log with his coat folded under him, and he had stood up when he saw Harry and walked away into the trees without speaking, and Harry had had to half-run to keep up. They had stopped, after some minutes, at a small clearing. The clearing had a stump in its center. The stump was very old. The wood of it was gray and the ring marks of it were softened by moss and weather. There were carvings on the side of the stump that Harry did not know how to read. This stump, Core said, has a name. Tell me what it is. Harry looked at the stump. He had not been told the name. He had not been told there was a name. He had not been told there was a way to find a name. He had been told only that this lesson was about names, and that he was to stand here, and that he was not to speak until he had something to say. He stood where Cor had set him. He opened his right hand at his side. He let the silver under the skin go out and meet the stump. The stump was a long, slow, old breath. It had stood when it was a tree for 240 years, and it had been a stump for 60 more, and the badgers had come through it, and the rain had been into it, and the children of the farm beyond the wood had carved their names into its side and forgotten them, and the wood had taken those names and made them part of itself. There was a name under all the carved ones. The name was older than the carvings. It was the name the tree had had when it was young. It was a low, slow word, and it was not in English. Harry tried to say it. His mouth could not quite get round it. The shape of it was like a stone too smooth to lift. He tried again. He tried it the way Cor had taught him to try, in the lesson before, by letting the silver under the palm find the word and bringing the word up through the wrist into the throat. The word came out of him. It was 4 syllables. It rolled. The clearing went still around it. The leaves on the birches stopped moving, briefly, the way leaves stop moving when they are listening. Cor, on the edge of the clearing, said, It was not praise. Cor did not give praise. The HM meant Harry was not yet wrong, and not yet finished, and that there was further to go. Harry took the further to go and made it part of his lesson, and went on. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Beneath the Bank. Harry was 7½ the first time he saw Gringotts. The motor car came for him at 4 in the morning, which was an hour Privet Drive did not approve of. He had been awake for 90 minutes, sitting on the cot with his coat on over his pajamas and his shoes already laced, listening to the long pre-dawn quiet of the house. Vernon snored over Petunia in the master bedroom in the long, complicated rhythm of a man digesting too much steak. Dudley, across the landing, made the small wet honks of a boy who had fallen asleep with his mouth open. Outside on the drive a car with its lights off settled gently against the curb, and the small mark scored into the side gate hummed against the warmth in Harry's right palm, and Harry stood up. He did the cupboard latch. He went out the back door. He went through the gate. The black motor car had its passenger door open, and Cor was sitting in the back seat with a great heavy book on his knees, and Harry climbed in beside him, and the car pulled away into the dark before he had got the door closed. They drove an hour. The lanes turned into roads. The roads turned into the early outer ring of London, and the early outer ring turned into the West End at 5:30, and there was almost no one on the streets. The motor car stopped, at length, on a curb in Charing Cross. Borvak was waiting there in a long dark coat, with his cane and his good colour, and he opened the door for Harry, and Harry got out, and Cor followed, and the three of them walked along the pavement to a doorway that was between a bookshop and a music shop, and the doorway was a doorway only when you knew it was. Harry knew it was. The silver under his palm pulled gently at his fingers as he came up to it. He looked up at the blackened sign that hung above the door. He read it, The Leaky Cauldron. He had not been able to read that sign last week. He had been able to read it this morning. The lessons were doing their work. Pay no mind to the man at the bar, Borvak said. He is harmless. He has seen so many strangers in this doorway that he no longer remembers the faces of any of them. All right. They went inside. The Leaky Cauldron at 5:30 in the morning was a public house with one customer, who was old and asleep, and one publican, who was bald and cleaning glasses and did not look up. The publican was Tom. Borvak, in passing, raised the silver head of his cane an inch in a small acknowledgement that was not a greeting and not a refusal of one. Tom raised his polishing cloth an inch in return. Harry did not know what had passed between them, but it had been a polite thing. They went out the back door. The back door of the Leaky Cauldron led into a small bricked yard. Borvak stopped at a particular brick. He tapped the brick with the silver head of his cane. He tapped a second one. He tapped a third. The bricks turned aside in a slow cascade like a deck of cards being riffled, and a wide arched street opened up beyond it, lit by lamps that had not gone out since some time before electricity, and Harry, who had not been to a great many places, felt for a moment that he had stepped into a thing he had been promised in a book. Diagon Alley, Cor said, behind him. Mind your feet. There is a boy with a barrow at the third turning who will run you down for sport. He is a Bulstrode. He is the third reason we never bring children of yours through here in afternoons. Are there reasons 1 and 2? Yes. What are they? You will not need to know them, Cor said. They walked. The alley at 5:30 was almost empty. A woman with a basket on her arm was opening a shutter on the front of a baker's shop. A boy was sweeping the pavement outside an apothecary. A great striped tomcat sat on a windowsill outside a wand-maker's and looked at Harry with the unhurried attention of a creature who had judged a great many people by the way they walked. Harry walked past it carefully, and the cat, after a moment, let its eyelids drop into a slow blink. He took the slow blink for what it was. He went on. At the end of the alley, where the pavement broadened, a great white building rose up like a tooth out of the surrounding shops. It was crooked. It was not crooked by accident. The crookedness was the crookedness of a thing built by people whose preferred angles were not the angles a man's eye expected, and the eye, looking at it, kept losing the wall it had been about to follow. The doors were tall and bronze. The doors were carved. Above the doors was an inscription Harry, who was reading better every day, found he could read. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. He read it once, and then he read it again, and then he looked at the doors, and he wondered what those who took, but did not earn, paid in. He suspected the answer would not improve his appetite. Borvak set his cane on the lower of the 2 great steps and looked at Harry sideways under the brim of his hat. This is your house, Harry, he said. When the doors close behind you, you are home. Do not bow. They will bow to you. Look at them when they bow. Speak when you have a thing to say. Do not waste their time and they will not waste yours. Above all things, do not lie. They will hear it. All right. Are you nervous? Harry thought about it. A little, he said. Good, Borvak said. The day a champion is not a little nervous on the lower step, the day comes for the champion's funeral. Up. Harry went up. The doors swung open before his hand had reached them. Inside Gringotts at 5:30 in the morning the long marble hall was full. It was full in the way a temple is full at first light. The goblins on the high stools at the counters had all been there for hours already, and the ledgers had all been opened, and the morning's work was an hour into its rhythm, and the great chandeliers along the ceiling were burning low and warm. The floor was polished black. The walls were marble. The far wall behind the counters had a single immense brass clock on it whose face was numbered in a script Harry did not know, and whose hands moved in directions a man's eye also did not expect. He went in. The doors closed behind him. The marble took his footsteps and gave them back at a sound and a depth they would not have made in any building above ground. He felt, for a moment, very small. He felt, in the same moment, very precisely placed. The marble, like the privet hedge, knew where he was. The goblins on the stools did not look up. They did not need to look up. He could feel them as he could feel the weight of his own coat. They were each an iron and steady warmth, and their attention had, between one breath and the next, all swiveled to the door, and then withdrawn, and gone back to ledgers, in a way that was not the inattention of indifference but the very specific not looking of staff who had been told, in advance, that the boy who had just come in was not to be made a public matter. A goblin in the center of the hall, the only one not on a stool, stepped forward. He was long-faced, and his eyes were lighter than Carrag's, and he wore a coat with brass buttons down the front in 2 rows. Harry of the Crown, he said. He did not say it loud. He said it the way a clerk reads a name off a list, with the brief, official respect of a person whose office did not require ceremony. He bowed a small bow. "My name is Vurik," he said. "I am Director of Heritage. The council asks that you accompany me to the lower hall." Borvak. "Master Kor. The council asks that you wait above." Borvak inclined his head. Kor did not bother. Harry looked once at Borvak, who nodded, and once at Kor, who did not look up from his book, and he went after Vurik across the marble. They did not go through the doors at the back of the hall. Vurik turned at the sixth pillar and laid his hand against a small dark panel in the marble, and the marble there became a doorway, and beyond the doorway was a stair that wound down. The stair was lit by the same lamps as the alley. The lamps did not seem to be burning anything, but they had warmth and they had shadow, and Harry, his right palm open at his side, could feel them as a small kind of life all the way down the descent. They went down a long way. Harry counted 3 landings before he stopped counting. The air got cooler. It got drier. It got, at the bottom, very still. The lower hall of Gringotts was not marble. It was a round chamber cut out of the living rock, and the rock was the color of an old kettle, and the floor was a great polished disc of hammered iron set into the stone with a circle of runes around its edge that had never been mortared in but were holding together by something other than mortar. Around the disc stood 30 stone seats. Most of the seats were empty. 7 were not. The 7 goblins on those seats wore plain black coats and no ornament except, on the breast of each coat, a small pin of silver. The pins were the same shape as the silver mark Carrick had set into Harry's palm on the lawn at Privet Drive. Their iron eyes, all 7, were on Harry as he came into the chamber, and their attention was the attention of a courtroom that had been waiting for the witness. Carrick was the goblin in the center seat. He looked older down here than he had looked above. The iron in his beard caught the lamp differently. He stood up when Harry came onto the iron disc, and the other 6 stood with him, and they all of them inclined their heads to him, and Harry, remembering Borvak's instruction, did not bow back. He looked at them. He waited. "Harry of the Crown," Carrick said. "You have come to your house." "Yes." "Speak the 3rd oath." "I will hold the line of my own name. Even against you. Especially against you." "It is heard." The 7 sat down again. Carrick remained standing. "We have brought you here, Harry, for 3 reasons. The first is your blood. The second is what is in your blood. The third is what your blood will do, when we have finished setting it in order. We will begin with the first." A goblin came in from the dim at the edge of the disc. He carried a shallow stone bowl on a cushion. The bowl was the color of an old kettle. It was not the bowl from the lawn. It was bigger, and older, and there was a great deal more written into the rim of it. The goblin set the bowl on a low pedestal in the center of the disc. "Your hand," Carrick said. "The right. A drop of blood. No more." Harry held out his right hand. The goblin with the cushion produced, from inside his coat, a small bone needle. He pricked the pad of Harry's middle finger. It hurt very little. A bead of blood gathered. The goblin tipped the bead into the bowl and stepped back, and Carrick, with the rim of his hand, drew a circle in the air over the bowl, and the blood in the bowl spread out as if it had been poured into water, and a slow, complicated branching shape began to write itself in red across the surface of the silver liquid that had appeared inside the bowl from nowhere. It wrote for a long time. It wrote names. The names came up. They came up not in the order of recent first, but in the order the bowl had decided to read them, which was its own order, and Carrick, who had read a great many such bowls, watched without expression while the names came. The first names were the ones Harry knew: James Charles Potter, his father; Lily Jean Potter, born Evans, his mother. Underneath them, almost without a pause, the names ran back: Charles Potter, Doria Black, that was Black and that married into Potter, Hardwin Potter, Ralston Potter, on through generations whose surnames sometimes changed and sometimes did not, and back, and back. There was a Linfred. There was a Hardwin. There was, somewhere along that line, in the way the bowl wrote it, a small bright illumination, and Carrick's brow drew down a fraction. The second column came up beside the first. It was on his mother's side. It went back through Evans and Tatum and Brown and a long stretch of names that meant nothing to Harry, and then, abruptly, against the right edge of the bowl, the column ran into a name that was bright and very old. The name was Slytherin. Harry looked at Carrick. Carrick did not look at Harry. Carrick was reading the third column. The third column was the column the bowl had drawn from a place neither of his parents' family trees would have predicted. It came up under both columns at the same time. It did not branch in. It linked. The shared name in it was not Slytherin. It was not Potter. It was older. It was older than either, and older than most names the bowl knew how to spell. Peveril. Carrick let out a slow breath. It is as the council suspected, he said. Harry. Look at the bowl. You see your father's. Yes. You see the line of Slytherin. Yes. You see the line of Peveril. Yes. 3 brothers, that one. Long ago. They are not strangers to my people. The 3 brothers came out of a hill long before there was a Surrey and there was a Privet Drive, and one of them was buried with a stone, and one was buried with a wand, and one was buried with a cloak, and the stone and the wand and the cloak have moved through your family for 1300 years the way a salmon moves down a river. 2 of them have been lost, Harry. The third has not. The cloak is presently in a vault upstairs in this building. It belongs to the Potter line. It is yours. All right. There is more. All right. The bowl was still writing. A 4th column had begun under the others. It was small and short. It had not been there a moment ago. It was the color of the others, and the names in it were small and clipped and they did not run back into the past. They ran sideways. They were a list of debts. Carrick's face, watching them write, was the face of a banker. Black, he said. He did not say it as a question. The bowl had said it. Sirius Orain Black, of the line of Black, Carrick said, is your godfather. He is currently and unjustly imprisoned in a place I shall not name. The line of Black has named you, by his act, as its heir. The line of Black is one of the 7 oldest in this island and its vaults have not been opened in 15 years. We will take that up in time. It is not for today. All right. The 5th name on this side, Harry, is the difficult one. The bowl wrote a name. It did not write it in red. It wrote it in a color that was not in the bowl. It wrote it underneath the long column of Potters, slightly to the side, the way a child draws a person hiding behind another. It wrote it small. The name was short. It was 3 letters in their language, and 4 in his, and Harry, who was reading better every week, made it out anyway. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The 7 goblins on the stone seat stiffened, all 7 at once. Harry looked at the bowl. He looked at Carrick. Who is that? He said. Carrick's face had gone very still. He is the man, Carrick said, who killed your mother and father, Harry. He is the man whose curse slipped your skull on the night you were 1 year old. He is the man whose name is not spoken on most islands in this part of the world. He is also, if this bowl is to be believed, and this bowl has not lied since 1192, hosting a piece of you, or more accurately, you are hosting a piece of him. In my scar, Harry said. He did not know how he had known to say that. He had known. In your scar. It is cold, Harry said. It has always been cold. It got colder the night Borvak put the silver in my palm. I felt it then. I have felt it since. You will feel it again, Carrick said. We will be addressing it. Not today. Soon. He is not dead, then. That is the difficult part, yes. Carrick exchanged a look with the goblin to his right, an old female with steel-grey braids. He is not in any condition that a goblin or a man would call living, and he is not in any condition that the bowl is willing to call dead, and he has been in this in-between state for 6.5 years, and it is the unanimous opinion of this council that he is in no hurry to remain there. There is work to be done before he is again something we will need to walk around. Some of that work will be ours. Some of it will be yours. We will speak of it again. All right, Harry said. You are taking this calmly. I have already lost the parents. The 7 looked at him. He did not know whether he had said it the right way. The words had come out of him in the order they had wanted to come out of him, and they had said what he had not been able to say to anybody on Privet Drive in 7 years because there was no one on Privet Drive to whom he could have said it. He had lost the parents. He had been losing them every day since he had been 1 year old. The man with the bowl name had taken the first day. The Dursleys had taken every day after that. There was nothing in the bowl that day that surprised him, in the long underneath of him where the surprises lived. The bowl had drawn what he had always carried. Carragh, on the stone seat, looked at Harry for a long count. Then he inclined his head. It was the 3rd bow the old goblin had given him, and it was the deepest. He did not say I am sorry. The goblins did not waste words on apologies. Open the rest of the columns, he said, to the goblin with the cushion. The bowl wrote on. It wrote vault numbers. It wrote inheritances. It wrote rights of succession in the line of Potter, of Peveril, of Black by godfathership, and of Slytherin by conquest, and Harry, sitting on the polished iron disc with his hands on his knees and his right palm faintly silver under the skin, watched fortunes that had been gathering since before the Romans had crossed the Channel come up out of the bowl and be set against his name. Borvak, on the edge of the disc, had a clerk slayed out, and was making notes the way a man takes inventory of a warehouse he has not opened in 15 years. When the bowl had finished writing, Carragh let out a breath and sat down. Borvak, he said. Yes, Lord. The sword of Gryffindor. In our keeping. The cloak of Peveril. In vault 687. The signet ring of the House of Potter. In vault 687. The signet of the House of Black. In vault 711, sealed. Will not open without an heir present. The summary of holdings. Borvak consulted his slate. Total in current accounts, the line of Potter, 912,000 galleons, 204,000 of property income annual. The line of Peveril, dormant trust, valued at 3,700,000 galleons in collateral, primarily land, primarily in this country, primarily unoccupied. The line of Black, untouched in 15 years, valued at 4 million galleons of liquid currency and uncountable artifact, of which a great many are dangerous. The line of Slytherin, by conquest from the man who took it from the man who held it from the original line, now contestable in our courts, untouched in 500 years, kept in trust by this institution. Total fluid wealth, Lord, before the contested Slytherin claim, 10,700,000 galleons and a small change. Carragh sat back in the stone seat. It is enough, he said. Enough for what? Harry said. He had not meant to ask. He had asked anyway. The number had not gone in. He had no measure for it. He had been counting 50-pence pieces a fortnight ago. Enough, said Carragh, to make a champion who has a roof, a sword, a wand, a tutor and a coat. Enough to keep you out of the hands of people who would prefer you in their hands, by the simple fact that the law of this island prefers a child with a roof, a sword, a wand, a tutor and a coat to a child without. Enough, Harry, to make sure that on the morning a man named Albus Dumbledore comes to this bank to have a quiet word with us about you, we shall have the more comfortable chair. Will he come? Within the hour. The goblin to Carragh's left let out the smallest of dry laughs. He is coming up the steps, she said. She had not got up. She had not consulted any clock. She had laid the flat of her old palm on the arm of the stone seat the way Carragh had laid his thumb on Harry's hand, and she had heard the doors of the bank open, and she had heard the long step of a man who walked the way certain men walked, with a great many years and a great deal of certainty in his stride, and she had heard him pause on the marble. Harry stood up. "I should go," he said. "He will see me." "He will not see you," Carrick said. "Not today, and not until you are ready for him to see you. Sit. Vurik. Take Harry through to the antechamber. You and Harry have the rest of the morning's business to do, and I and the council have a teacher's visit to receive, and we shall keep him entertained until you and Harry are finished. Up, Harry. With Vurik. Hold the silver close. He will feel it if you do not. Lock it down, the way Cor taught you in the wood." Harry did as he was told. He folded the warmth in his palm down small. It was, by now, an act he could do without thinking. He was practiced. He looked, in the same moment, with the silver, at the inside of his own scar, and the cold there was very still, and he knew what to do with that too. He closed it, the way one closes a window, and the cold became no colder and no less cold than the rest of him, and the scar became, for the first time in his short life, a piece of dead skin. Vurik led him through a side door at the edge of the disc. The side door closed behind them, and the council chamber was a closed mouth, and Harry did not see Albus Dumbledore that morning, because Carrick and the council kept Albus Dumbledore in the upper hall for 40 minutes, and they did not invite him into the lower one, and they answered his questions about the Potter Trust with the precise courteous incomprehension that a banker is allowed to use against a man who is not on the deed, and they did not lie, because the bull would have known they had lied, but they did not need to lie either. They simply told him, in a great many words, that the boy was being properly seen to, and that the boy was being properly counseled, and that the matter was not one Albus Dumbledore had standing to direct in this institution unless Albus Dumbledore had standing he was not prepared to display. Albus Dumbledore left at 9:03 without his answer. In the antechamber Vurik went through paperwork with Harry for an hour and a half. Harry read. He signed where he was shown to sign. He did not understand all of it, and Vurik, with the patience of a man who had 1,300 years of patience behind him, explained the parts he did not. At the end of the hour and a half Harry was, on paper, the heir presumptive of 2 ancient houses, the registered champion of a sovereign people, the legal beneficiary of a 3rd line in trust pending the freedom of his godfather, and the not yet acknowledged challenger of a 4th line by right of conquest. He was also the new owner of 3 vaults, of a goblin-forged short blade no longer than his forearm, of a cloak older than the country, of a signet ring he could not yet wear, and of a bookshelf in a private reading room that already held 17 books waiting for him, all of them in languages he was not yet fluent enough to read. He left Gringotts at 9:30. He went out of the front doors, behind Borvak, with his hand in his coat pocket and the goblin-forged short blade rolled up in oilcloth inside the pocket, and the small weight of it against his hip felt more like his own than anything he had ever owned. Borvak walked him along the alley to where the black motor car was waiting at the curb, and at the curb Borvak stopped, and turned to him, and looked at him for a long moment. "You did well in there," he said. "Did I?" "You did. You also frightened them." "How?" "You did not flinch when the bull wrote his name." Borvak's iron eyes were kinder than Carrick's, and they had a weight in them this morning that Harry would carry, after, for a great many years. "Boys flinch, Harry. They flinch even when they are not afraid. You did not flinch. That is rare. That is rarer than the silver. Do you understand?" "I think so. You will be a difficult champion to kill." "All right. Get in the car." Harry got in the car. He sat with the oilcloth in his pocket. The car drove him back through the early streets of London, and out into the suburbs, and at 9:06 it stopped at the end of the alley behind Privet Drive, and Harry got out, and Borvak got out, and Borvak walked him as far as the side gate. He did not go through it. He stopped at the mark. "Tonight," he said, "Cor will come. The lessons go up a level from this evening. We have work to do, you and I. Sleep when you can. Eat when you can. Hold the line of your own name. Do not do murder in alleys. I haven't. Borvak smiled, the real smile. I know, he said. It was a compliment. He raised his cane an inch, and Harry raised his right palm an inch in return, and the silver in the gate met the silver in his hand, and he went through and shut it behind him, and Borvak went away down the alley to the motor car. Inside the kitchen Petunia was making toast. She did not look up. She did not ask where Harry had been, because in some part of her brain that was older than Petunia herself, the part of her brain that had lain awake on nights when her sister Lily had moved oddly in the next room 20 years before, she did not want to know. She made toast. She buttered it. She put it on a plate. She set the plate at Harry's place at the table. Your toast, she said. She did not look up. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. He sat down. He ate his toast. Outside on the gate, the small mark settled to its kept thing pulse. Inside Harry's coat pocket, the oilcloth shifted softly as he ate, against the small weight of a goblin-forged short blade that had been made for the use of a champion, 2,000 miles from there, 600 years before he had been born. Before he left the bank he was taken to the wandsmith. The wandsmith was not Ollivander. The wandsmith was a goblin. His name was Gorham, and he kept his shop in the lower hall, 3 doors down from the council chamber, in a small carved-out room with a great many drawers in the walls and a great many fewer wands on display than Harry had imagined a wandsmith would keep. There were no windows. The air smelled of dry wood and warm metal, and a third smell that was the smell of the silver in his palm, only stronger. Gorham was old. He had a milky cast to his iron eyes, and the back of him was bent the way a smith's back goes bent after 70 years of leaning over an anvil, and he did not stand up when Harry came in. He sat on his stool by the long workbench. He looked at Harry as Vurik introduced him, and he listened to Vurik's 3 sentences of summary, and at the end of them he said, "Hand," in the tone of a man who had asked for hands for 60 years and had no time for any other word. Harry held out his right hand. Gorham looked at it. He turned it palm up. He looked at the silver. He turned it palm down. He looked at the back of it. He let it go. Other one. Harry held out his left hand. Gorham looked at it. He let it go. Walk to that wall, he said. Lay your palm flat against the 3rd drawer from the bottom. Do not open it. Walk to the next wall. Lay your palm flat against the 7th drawer up. Do not open it. Walk to the 3rd wall. Lay your palm against any drawer your palm wants. Do not open it. Come back. Harry did all 3 things. What is happening? He asked, when he came back. You are choosing, Gorham said. You will not know that you have. The drawers will know. Sit. Harry sat on the small stool opposite Gorham's. Gorham did not move. He sat watching Harry the way a man waits for a kettle. After about the time it took for a kettle, the 3rd drawer from the bottom on the left wall slid open of its own accord, and the 7th drawer up on the back wall slid open of its own accord, and on the 3rd wall, where Harry's palm had stopped of its own choosing, a drawer Harry had not been able to count from where he sat slid open of its own accord too. 3 small wooden cases, each long and dark, came forward an inch out of the open drawers. Gorham got up. He moved around the room with a slowness that was not slowness but economy. He took down the 3 cases, one by one, and he set them on the bench between them. He opened the first. Inside the first case lay a wand. It was the shape Harry had expected from the storybooks, a plain dark length of wood, slightly tapered, with no carving on the grip and no metal at the ferrule. Gorham laid it across his palm. He did not hand it to Harry. He looked at it for a long count. Blackthorn, he said. You core. 8¼ inches. A killer's wand. We can do better. He closed the first case. He opened the second. Inside the second case lay a wand that was paler. The wood was the color of old ivory, and it had a slow, fine grain, and the grip of it was wound in a band of dark leather that was older than the wood. Gorham nodded slowly. He laid it across his palm. He looked at it. "Hawthorn," he said. "Phoenix tail. 9 3/4. A wand for a king's son who does not yet know he is a king's son. Better. Not yours." He closed the second case. He opened the third. The third case did not have a wand in it. It had a length of dark wood and a small twist of something silver in a leather pouch, and a piece of bone the size of a fingertip, and an iron pin, and a small screw of black thread, and Gorham, looking at the contents, made a noise in the back of his throat that was the closest Harry had heard a goblin come to delight. "Ah," he said. "Yes. Yes, of course." He looked up at Harry. His old face had a smile on it. It was a smile that did not reach the eyes because the eyes were already smiling. "Harry of the Crown," he said, "you are going to wait 2 months for your wand." "I am sorry. The third case is not a wand. It is the parts of the wand I shall be making for you. The wood is hawthorn from a tree I cut down in the year my grandfather was killed, which is 60 years older than your grandfather. The core is 3 things, Harry. 3 things, in 1 wand. That has not been done on this island since 1481. The first is a tail feather of a phoenix that was loyal once to a man whose name we do not say in this room. That feather has been waiting in this drawer for 90 years. The second is a thread cut from the mane of a thestral that gave it to me freely on a winter morning 41 years ago. The third is a chip of bone from the leg of a goblin warlord who fell in the field at Glandon. That warlord was my uncle, Harry. I have kept the chip these 63 years. I am giving it now. Do you understand the size of that gift?" "I think so," Harry said. "Say back to me what I have just told you." Harry said it back. He left out one of the dates. Gorham, with the patience of a man who had waited 90 years for this drawer to open, corrected the date and said it back to him, and Harry said it back again, and the third time Gorham nodded once. 2 months, Gorham said. "I will send word. Do not come back to this room until I send word. The wand will know its name when it is finished. So will you. Thank you, Gorham. Out." Harry stood up. He looked at the 3 cases on the bench. He looked at the third case, with the parts of his wand inside it, and the silver under the skin of his palm pulled gently toward the case the way water pulled toward a slope. He did not reach for it. He thanked Gorham a second time, and Gorham waved him off with one calloused hand, and Vurik led him out. That evening, in the cupboard, after the Dursleys had gone to bed, Harry took the small oilcloth bundle out from under his cot where he had hidden it, and he unwrapped it on his lap. The blade inside the oilcloth was no longer than his forearm. Its hilt was bound in dark leather the color of his coat, with a small knot of silver wire wound around the pommel that, when his fingers found it, hummed back to the silver in his palm the way the gatemark did. The blade was dark steel with a fine gray watering through it like the surface of a fast stream over stones. There was a name worked along the spine of it in goblin script. Harry could read 4 of the 7 letters. He would learn the others in time. He did not test the edge against his thumb. Cor had been very clear about that. He held the blade across his lap for a long minute. He had expected, when he held a knife of his own for the first time, to feel like a thing he was not. He did not. He felt like himself, only with a knife. The silver under his palm was patient against the silver in the wire of the pommel, and the blade was patient in his hand. Both of them, he thought, would be patient for a long time. They were good at that. He wrapped the blade up again. He slid it into the small space between the wall and the back of his cardboard clothes box, where neither Vernon nor Petunia ever looked. He lay down on the cot. The clock on the landing struck 11. He thought about the cold scar at his hairline. He thought about the cold of it being a window he could close. He thought about the bowl having written, in a color the bowl did not own, the name of a man who was hosting a piece of him, and a piece of whom he was hosting, and the slow, steady way Carrick had said, "We will be addressing it." He had been a thing to be addressed by them, for as long as he had been on Privet Drive. He had been Vernon's project, and Petunia's burden, and Dudley's amusement. He had also been, all along, without knowing it, a project of a man whose name was not spoken on most islands in this part of the world. He turned this over. He found, at the center of him, that he did not mind being a project of the council. The council had 1300 years of patience, and Carrick had said, very precisely, that they were addressing it. Carrick had not said removing it, or burning it, or fixing it. Carrick had said addressing. The choice of word, Harry thought, was probably the difference. He went to sleep with his right palm open against his sternum and the cupboard wall warm against his shoulder. He dreamed of a wand he had not yet held, and the wand, in the dream, was patient with him too. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Forged in the deep. The wand came to him on the first cold morning of October, 2 months and 3 days after Gringotts. The mark on the side gate woke him at 4:30. The mark had warmed differently this time. The pulse in it had a finer beat, like a cat purring in a small voice. Harry lay on the cot for a moment listening to it, and to the long, settled silence of a house full of Dursleys who were sleeping the sleep of pre-Halloween indigestion, and he got up. He pulled on his coat over his pajamas. He laced his shoes. He went out the back door and through the gate. The man with the black motor car had become, by now, a familiar shape. Harry knew him as Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies did not know Harry as anything. Harry had, in fact, never told Mr. Davies his name, and Mr. Davies did not seem to want one. He drove. He took his cap off when Harry got in. He put it back on. He took the car east into the lanes, and the lanes into a track that Harry, after 8 months of these journeys, could have driven blindfolded. The farmhouse at the end of the track had 2 lights on this morning instead of 1. Borvak was at the door. Cor was in the kitchen. A third goblin, smaller than either of them, with milky old eyes and a back bent the way a smith's back went bent, was sitting in the only chair the kitchen had, with a long, dark wooden case across his knees. "Good morning, Gorham," Harry said. "Sit," Gorham said. Harry sat across from him on the little wooden stool that had been put out for the lessons in this room. He rested his hands on his thighs, palms up, the way Cor had taught him to rest his hands when he was about to be given a thing. Gorham opened the case. The wand inside the case was the color of old ivory along its length, and it was wound in a band of dark leather at the grip, and at the very butt of the grip a small silver wire was bound around the wood in the shape that had been on Carrick's thumb the night the silver had gone into Harry's palm. The shape was small. It was no larger than a fingernail. It was, also, exactly the same shape Harry had felt the cupboard wall offer him on the night of the binding, only this one was not a polite suggestion. This one was a name. Gorham did not pick the wand up. "Take it, Harry of the Crown," he said. "Take it the way you took my brother's hand under the privet hedge." Harry took it. The wand answered him. It did not throw sparks the way the wandsmiths in the storybooks had wands throw sparks. It made no light, and no sound, and no spark. It was a silence. It was a silence the way a held breath is a silence. The grip of it warmed in his hand. The silver wire at the butt warmed against the heel of his palm and met the silver under the skin of the palm above it, and the 2 warmths shook hands like old colleagues. The hawthorn under his fingers was alive in the way that wood is sometimes alive after it has been worked by a master, and the 3 things woven into the core of it were each their own slow heat, the phoenix feather a warm lift, the thestral thread a low patient pulse, the goblin bone a small unflinching weight. Harry held the wand, and for a moment he did not know which way was up, because he had never held a thing that knew his name. "Speak to it," Gorham said. "I don't know what to say." "Say nothing of importance." "Wand," Harry said. The wand inclined a small half-degree toward him on his palm. He had not moved his hand. The wand had moved. Gorham let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "It will do," he said. Borvak, from the doorway, said, "Stand up. Hold it out at arm's length. Find the candlestick on the dresser. Light the candle." There was a candle on the dresser. It was a thick stub of old yellow wax, cold. Harry held the wand out, and he thought about the candle, and he did not know any words to say to make a flame, and he had not been told any. He thought about the warmth in his palm, and he thought about the warmth in the wand, and he asked them, the two of them together, in his head, for a small flame on the small black wick, and he watched the candle. The candle lit. It lit gently. The flame stood up small and yellow and easy, the way a flame stood up when a careful person had touched a match to it on a still afternoon. The wand in his hand had not done anything Harry could have described. It had simply agreed. "Good," Borvak said. "Put it out." Harry put it out, the same way. "Light it again." Harry did. "Put it out by blowing," Borvak said. Harry blew the candle out the way other boys blew out candles. "Good. Sit, Harry. Now we begin properly." The lessons changed shape after that morning. Through the autumn they were lessons in finding the right wandless heat for what he was trying to do, and pairing the wand to it. Through the winter they were lessons in repeating the wand work without the wand, just the silver, just the palm. By spring he could light a candle from across the kitchen with neither wand nor word, and put it out by closing his fingers in his pocket. The lessons took him 2 nights a week from October to April, and on the 3rd night a week, increasingly, he was made to fight. The fights were not what he had imagined. The first time Cor put a stick in his hand and another stick in his own and told him to defend himself, Harry, at 8, did the obvious thing. He held the stick out front and waited. Cor knocked him on the side of the head. Harry sat down. Cor asked him whether he wanted to begin again. Harry said yes. They began again. Cor knocked him on the side of the head a second time. They went on, in this fashion, for about 20 minutes, and Harry was bruised in a great many small places that Petunia would not be able to see under his collar, and Cor was watching him as a man watched a kettle to see whether it had begun to boil. Eventually Cor knocked him on the side of the head a 15th time, and Harry, instead of standing up, did not stand up. He stayed on the floor. He thought. He thought about the privet hedge. He thought about the curse retreating. He thought about the half-step on the pavement, when Piers Polkiss had gone past his ear. He thought about not lifting hands, and about letting the alley do the work. He stood up. He set down the stick. He put his hands behind his back. Cor came at him. Cor came at him fast. The stick came at the side of the head, where it had come 15 times. Harry did not block it, because he had no stick. He took a small half-step, the way he had taken a small half-step in front of Piers, and he opened his right hand at his side, and he asked the floor of the kitchen to remember a knot of pine that was just under Cor's heel. The floor remembered. Cor's heel turned in. The stick went past Harry's ear by a clean half-foot, and Cor, who had not in 80 years failed to plant a heel where he had meant to, came down on the side of his foot. He saved himself before he fell. He kept the stick. He stopped the swing. He looked at Harry over the held stick. He did not smile. Cor did not smile. He gave the smallest nod his neck would allow. Again, he said. They went on. Harry did not pick the stick back up that night. He made the kitchen do it for him. A chair leg shifted under Cor's hip, the heat under a kettle on the stove flared a degree at the wrong moment, the rug pulled itself a half-inch back from where Cor's foot had expected to find it. None of these things were attacks. None of them touched Cor. They were small refusals, a half-step at a time, and at the end of the night Cor had not landed a 16th blow, and the kitchen was a kitchen Harry was beginning to know. You did not lift a hand, Cor said. No. Why not? It is not what I am for. What are you for, Harry of the Crown? Harry thought about it. He did not give the answer he had been working out in his cupboard for months until he had gone 3/4 of the way to the right shape of it, and he did not give it as a clever answer. He gave it the way one gave a thing one had been carrying. To keep what is mine. To make sure no one takes it. By making it the wrong thing to take. Cor looked at him. The smallest nod his neck would allow happened a second time. That is the warlord's answer, Cor said. We will work on the other answers next year. Get up. One drill, 50 repetitions, then the car. The years went. The summer he turned 9 he was taller in the back of his coat and he had stopped flinching when adults moved their hands. He had grown into the size his parents had been at his age. The way bowls in Petunia's cupboard had a way of finding their proper shape after enough time on the right shelf. The lessons went up another level. He learned to cast without saying the word. He learned to read Goblin script faster than he could read English. He learned, on Tuesdays, to hold a fingertip half an inch from a wall and feel the whole house behind it, floors, beams, the small magics of Petunia's mother, the cooler patches where Vernon's bad temper had laid down through the years like a stain on a carpet. He learned, on Thursdays, the names of 47 runes and the exceptions to all of them. In April of his 9th year, the snake came. It came along the back wall of the garden in the long thin slither of a thing that knew Privet Drive better than Privet Drive knew itself. Harry was on the patio reading a book the goblins had given him, on old speech, half in goblin script and half in something older. He was not paying attention to the wall. He paid attention when the slither stopped. He looked up. The snake was a long, dull yellow grass snake, no thicker than 2 of his fingers, lying half on the wall and half in the planting bed beneath it. It had its head turned toward him. Its eyes were small black bright things. It said, in a voice he heard with the same part of him that heard the silver, "You smell like the dead king." Harry shut the book. He stood up. He looked at the snake. "Excuse me," he said. It was the politeness Petunia had taught him for visitors. It came out automatic. He did not know any other politeness for snakes. The snake said, "You smell like the dead king. You smell like an old smell. There is a stone in your head. Do you know there is a stone in your head?" "I know," Harry said. "It is wet." "All right. Will you take it out?" "In time." "Yes." The snake tasted the air at him with a small thin tongue. It was, Harry noticed, listening with parts of itself he did not know snakes had. The cold under the silver in his palm was the cold of his scar. He had closed the window on it years ago, but the snake, with the dead king's smell coming through the closed window like a draft under a door, was reading the cold through it. The snake said, "There is a hill, in a place, in the country where my mothers came from. The dead king's name is in the hill." "Yes," Harry said. "I have heard of the hill. You speak the speech." "I do." "How long?" "Today." The snake's head went still. It considered him with the small black bright eyes. "It is the king's speech," it said. "It is not given lightly. It is given by the bowl, in your blood, with the stone in your head. You will use it." "I will." "You will be careful with it. The speech is older than the king. It does not belong to him. He stole it. We have not forgiven that. Do not give him our speech back when you take the stone out of your head." "I won't." "Good," the snake said. It paused. "There is a mouse 2 houses down. I am going. Goodbye, smelling of old king." It went. Harry sat down on the patio. He picked the book up. The page he had been on had gone faintly damp under his right palm where the silver had been pressed against it, and the page, faintly, had ink underneath the ink that had not been there a moment ago. The book had heard the conversation. The book was, in its own way, taking notes. He did not tell Petunia, when she asked at supper why he had been sitting still on the patio for so long, that a snake had named the cold in his head and offered him a list of things to do about it. He told her he had been reading. She said, suspiciously, "What about?" He said, "Runes," which was the thing he had said for 2 years now whenever he was asked, because runes was a word that made Petunia's eyes glaze, and Petunia, when asked the next morning by Vernon what the boy had been reading, had to admit she could not remember. The council heard about the snake within the week. Harry suspected the book had told them. In the November of his 10th year they took out the stone. It was done in the lower hall of Gringotts, in the chamber with the iron disc, with a fuller council than the one that had sat the morning of the inheritance test. There were 11 goblins on the seats this time. There were 2 human wizards in the back of the room whose faces Harry never saw, because their hoods were up and their hands were folded and they did not speak. There was Borvak, and there was Carrig, and there was the old female goblin with steel-grey braids whose name Harry now knew to be Hadron, the master of curses for the Iron Hills. There was Gorham with a small case at his elbow. There was a stone bowl as large as a washtub set in the center of the iron disc, full of silver liquid, and beside it a smaller bowl full of clean water, and beside that a third bowl, empty, with a lid of dull lead. "Lie down on the disc," Hadron said. Harry lay down. The iron under his back was warm. He had been told, by Borvak, by Carrig, by Gorham, by Cor, what was about to happen. He had been told for 6 months. He had read the books. He had sat in the chair while Cor drilled him on every step. He had practiced the breathing. He had practiced the closing of the window, and the opening of it, and the holding of it open against a wind. He had worked out in his cupboard at 1:30 in the morning a fortnight before, as ready as a 10-year-old champion of the deep places could be. That was not the same as being ready. He understood, lying on the iron, that the difference was the difference Vernon's hand had stopped at 3 years ago, a thing one could not insist on, only meet. "Open the window," Hadron said. Harry opened the window in his head. The cold came through. It came through hard. It had been waiting 6.5 years for the window to be opened on purpose. It pressed up through the soft place where the scar lay, and Hadron, with the side of one hand, traced a slow circle around the scar that he could feel in the bones of his face, and Carrig, on the seat above the disc, began a low rumbling chant in the goblin tongue that was a chant Harry had read about and had never heard spoken. The 2 hooded wizards in the back of the room joined the chant, in their own language, in their own register, as a counterpoint. The bowl of silver liquid above his head began to steam. "Hold," Hadron said. He held. "Push." He pushed. He pushed the way Cor had taught him to push, not at the cold, but past it, the way one pressed the small of the back into the floor in order to lift a heavy thing with the legs. The cold did not like the push. It writhed. Steady. He held steady. Hadron set the flat of her palm against the scar. Her palm was old, and the lines of it were as deep as any wood, and the silver under it was a great deal stronger than the silver under his. The cold writhed harder. It tried to find purchase. It tried to bargain. It said things, in a voice like the one in the bowl. It said his mother's name. It said, "Come back." It said, "I can give you." The words were soft and they were kind and they were hideous in the way that only soft, kind, hideous things can be, and Harry, on his back on the iron disc, with the silver in his palm and the silver in the wood of the wand at his hip and the silver in his own mother's eyes that were also somehow his eyes looking down at him out of the side of his head from inside the cold, said back to it, very calmly, "No. I will hold the line of my own name." The cold went out. It came up under Hadron's palm in a little jet of dirty green, and it had a shape, the shape of a curling thing trying to be a face, and it spat at her and at the chant and at the bowls, and the third bowl, with the lid of dull lead, took the shape into itself the way a cat took a sparrow, and Hadron closed the lid, and a hooded wizard in the back of the room sealed the lid with a slow, clean, white motion of his wrist, and the hooded wizard in the back of the room sat down again as if he had not moved. It was over. It had taken, in all, 11 minutes. Harry lay on the iron disc and his head was very light. There was a small clean spot at his hairline where the cold had been, and the spot was warm. The scar had gone smaller. Not vanished. Smaller, the way a bruise went smaller after the swelling went down, and not red any more. He raised a hand to it. Hadron caught the hand with surprising strength, the same surprising strength Carrag's old hand had had in the wet grass at 3 in the morning, and laid it back at his side. "Do not touch it," she said. "Not until tomorrow." "All right." "You did well, Harry of the Crown." "It said my mother's name." "It would have. It had a piece of you, and it knew which piece would hurt. Do not carry that into your sleep tonight. Tonight, in your bed, hear it as a weapon, not as a voice. It was not your mother. Your mother is in the long warm earth. You will hear her, in the long warm earth, in time." She said it without ornament. She said it the way Carrag had said your parents are dead under the privet 2.5 years before. The goblins did not waste words on apologies. They also, Harry was beginning to learn, did not waste words on consolation. They named, instead, the true thing, and they let the true thing do its work. The hooded wizard at the back of the room rose, walked the bowl with the lead lid out by a side door, and did not return. In the spring of the year after that they began to give Harry more freedom in the lessons. He was permitted to choose his own wand forms in drill. He was permitted, in the council chamber, to ask one question per visit and to be answered honestly, even when the answer was uncomfortable, even when the answer had goblin politics in it. He learned, in those months, that the goblin nation was not one nation. It was 4, joined by the crown and by treaty, and the 4 had old quarrels among them, and the crown's choosing of a champion had reopened some of the quarrels in ways that had nothing to do with him and a great deal to do with how long ago the 4 had last been bothered by their own histories. He learned, also, that Carrag had enemies. The enemies were not his enemies. The crown had lifted Carrag up 40 years before, and the lifting had left some warlords on a lower step than they thought they should be, and those warlords had names, and Harry, at 10.5, was made to memorize the names. In the spring of his 10th year, after the cold had been taken out of his head, they took him at last to the deep place under the world. He had been brought to the lower hall of Gringotts a great many times by then, and he had been to the farmhouse by the lane, and he had been twice to a dark stone room under a hill near the Welsh border that was used for certain duels of demonstration. He had not been below those. The deep place was not the lower hall. The lower hall was the shop. The deep place was the home. Borvak walked him to it. The journey took all of one day and the better part of a night. They went by the motor car to a small station, and from the station by a train to a town, and from the town by a kind of hired cart to a place where the metalled road ended at a culvert in a hillside, and at the culvert Borvak stopped and tapped a stone and a stair opened down into the hillside, and they went down. It was the longest descent Harry had taken. He counted, this time, all the landings. There were 22. The lamps were the same lamps as in the lower hall. At the bottom of the stair the air was warm. It smelled of stone, and of forge smoke from somewhere far off, and of the third smell, the silver smell, only here it was the smell that filled a room rather than the smell that came off a single hand. The stair opened into a corridor. The corridor opened into another. The corridors went on for what Harry could only think of as a city's worth of corridor, and at the end of them a great archway opened into the deep place itself, and Harry stopped on the lip of it and held his breath without meaning to. The deep place was not a cavern. It was a city. It had streets. The streets were carved out of the living rock, and the buildings on the streets had been carved out of the same rock, so that the city was not built on the rock the way Privet Drive was built on Surrey but cut down into it, rising and falling in tiers along the curved walls of an underground valley a mile across. The roofs were lit from above by floating lamps that mimicked sunlight at a particular hour of a particular afternoon, and the hour was the long, warm, late hour of a clear October day, and the light was so gentle on the stone that Harry, looking at it, felt for a moment that he had walked into a memory of someone else's childhood. Down the center of the city ran a slow black river that was not water, but was something else that ran like water, and on the far side of the river, on a tiered hill cut into the rock, sat the king's hall. The hall was not a palace. It was a long, low, austere building of black stone, and on its roof there was a single great open chamber, walled by air, where the crown sat on its plain stone seat above the city. Harry could not see the crown from the lip of the archway. He could feel it. The silver under his palm was leaning toward it the way a bowl of water leans toward a lifted edge of the table. "Walk," Borvak said, quietly. "We will not stop until we have walked the length of the river. Do not bow to anyone you pass. Do not look down. Look at them. Look at them as one warlord looks at another. They will look at you the same way. They have been waiting." Harry walked. He walked the length of the river. He passed, on the way, several thousand goblins about their work. They were stonemasons and clerks and smiths and runners and old goblins on benches eating loaves and small goblin children carrying water jars on their hips and goblin warriors at corners with their hands behind their backs and goblin grandmothers with iron pins in their hair watching the corners from windows. They had heard him coming. The work did not stop, because goblin work did not stop for ceremony, but the heads turned. Each goblin he passed looked at him. Each, when his iron eye met theirs, inclined the head a fraction. He returned each inclination as Borvak had told him to, a single small acknowledgement, no deeper, no shallower. The crowd did not gather behind him. The corridor of attention closed gently after him as he went, the way water closes after a slow, deliberate stone. He reached the bridge over the river. He crossed it. He went up the tiered hill. He came at the long top step to the foot of the king's hall, and at the foot of the king's hall he stopped, because Carrag had come out of the great low door to meet him, and behind Carrag, in the dim of the hall, in a place where Harry could feel rather than see him, there was someone else. "Harry of the Crown," Carrag said, "the king will see you." "All right. He will not speak to you tonight. He has not spoken to a champion in person in 80 years. He will look at you. You will look at him. The silver in you will speak to the iron in him. There is no need for words. You will leave when he closes his hand, and you will not come back to this hall until he opens it. It may be tomorrow. It may not be for a great many years. The choice is his. All right. Do not be afraid. I am not afraid." Carrag's old eyes looked at him for a long count. "No," he said. "I see that. Good. Come." He led Harry into the hall. The hall was longer than it had looked from the outside, and at the far end of it, on a plain stone seat, in a robe of black wool with no ornament whatsoever, sat the Goblin King. He was old. He was older than Carrag, and Gorham, and Hadron, and any goblin Harry had met. He was not large. He was small, even for a goblin, with hands like dark roots and a beard that had gone almost white. His iron eyes were not iron. They were the color of old iron, but they had a quiet in them that was not the quiet of metal. They had the quiet of a thing that had stopped needing to be reassured of itself a long time ago. The crown was on his head. It was a plain band of dull metal. It had no jewels. It was not the crown Harry had imagined when he had first heard the word crown. Harry walked the length of the hall. The walking took some minutes. He walked the way Borvak had told him to walk, looking up. He did not bow. He stopped at the foot of the seat. The king's small old face was turned to him. The two of them looked at one another, the king and the 7-year-old who had once put his hand on a wound under a privet hedge and was now 10.5 and beginning to know what he was, and the silver under Harry's palm spoke to the iron in the band on the king's head. He could not have said, after, what passed between them. It was a long, slow, settled exchange. The king's iron asked him something, and the silver answered it. The king's iron asked him a second thing, and the silver answered that too. The third thing the king's iron asked was a question Harry did not, in his head, know the answer to, and the silver, without consulting him, answered it on his behalf, and Harry felt the answering, and the answer was correct, and he understood, listening, that he had been the answer for a long time. The king's iron, at last, was quiet. The king's small old hand, on the arm of the seat, closed. Carrick's voice, behind him, said, "Out, Harry." Slowly. Harry walked out. He walked out the way he had walked in, with his head up, with the iron under his palm warmer now than it had been, and the city of the Goblin Nation, when he came out onto the top step of the king's hall, was waiting for him. It had heard the king close his hand. It had heard the silver under Harry's palm sing to the iron in the band. The whole city. The stonemasons had stopped their hammers. The clerks had set down their pens. The runners stood still on their corners. The small goblin children had set their water jars beside them on the streets. 8,000 goblins between the iron hills and the deep vaults under London were standing, in the pretend October light, looking up at the foot of the king's hall. They did not cheer. The goblins did not cheer. They bowed. They bowed all at once. It was not a deep bow. It was the small inclination, the warlord's nod, that Carrick had given him on the lawn at 3 in the morning 4 years before, and the reason it was the warlord's nod and not a deeper bow was that the bow they were giving him was the bow they gave to one of their own. Harry, on the step, with the silver in his palm and the silver in the wand in his coat pocket and the silver at the hilt of the short blade he kept in the small space behind his cardboard clothes box on Privet Drive, returned the bow. He returned it to all of them at once. He held it. He came up out of it. The Goblin City, in the pretend October light, came up out of its bow at the same moment. The city went back to work. The hammers went back to the stone. The pens went back to the ledgers. The runners went back to their running. The water jars were lifted again to small goblin hips and carried on. The slow black river went on through the center of the city, and Harry, on the top step, found that there were tears in his eyes, and that the tears were not the tears he had cried under the privet hedge at 6. They were a different sort of tears. They were the tears one cried, perhaps, on the day one came home for the first time, after a very long time away, to a place one had not known was one's home until one had walked into it. He let them go. He did not wipe at them. Borvak, beside him, said nothing. After a little while Borvak put a hand on his shoulder, the only time he had ever done that, and Harry turned, and the two of them walked down the tiered hill together, and they crossed the bridge, and they walked the length of the river, and they went out through the archway, and they climbed the 22 flights of the long stair, and they came up out of the culvert in the hillside in the mild morning dark of the upper world, and the smell of the upper world was thinner than the smell below, and the small magics of the upper world were thinner too, and Harry, standing in the wet hillside grass with the cart waiting to take them back to the town, missed the city he had been in for one full day already, with the bone-deep ache of homesickness. Borvak, beside him, said, "You will go back, Harry. You will go back many times. You will go back, in time, to stay. I know. Until then. Until then I hold the line of my own name." Borvak inclined his head. They got into the cart. The cart went down the lane to the town, and the town to the train, and the train to the station, and the station to the motor car, and the motor car to the alley behind Privet Drive. And Harry, slipping through the gate at 4 in the morning of the next day, and into his cupboard, and onto his cot, slept the long, dreamless sleep of a child who had walked the length of his own river for the first time. He woke at the rapping on the cupboard door. Petunia's voice, sour with morning, told him to be up and decent in 5 minutes. Harry sat up. He set his palm flat on his sternum, the old check, and the silver was where he had left it, and the iron in the deep place was its slow distant warmth in the back of his mind, and the cupboard wall was its small kept hum on his shoulder, and the world had gone on. He got up. He went out for the bins. The privet hedge at the back of the garden, where it had begun, made the smallest of acknowledgments to him as he passed. He returned the smallest of acknowledgments. The two of them, the boy and the hedge, had a good understanding by now. In the summer of his 11th year he stopped being a small boy. He did not become a tall boy. He was, and would always be, on the small end of the line. But the way he stood in his coat changed. The way he sat at the kitchen table on Privet Drive changed. The way he answered Petunia when Petunia spoke to him, brief and polite and unafraid, changed. Vernon, who had not raised a hand at him since the morning the cold had come into his fingers, took to going round the long way to the lavatory in the evening rather than past Harry's cupboard in the dark. Dudley, who had been 30 pounds heavier than Harry at 6, was now 60 pounds heavier and a foot taller, and Dudley, who had been in the habit of cuffing him on the back of the head in the corridor at school, had stopped at last after a particular cuff in which Dudley's hand, the hand had told the rest of Dudley afterwards, had felt very strange and very cold, and Dudley, being Dudley, had not put two thoughts together about it but had simply stopped. The owl came in the morning of the 31st of July, with the breakfast post. It came down on the lawn like a small white aeroplane and dropped a thick yellowed envelope on the grass and lifted away again before Petunia, in the kitchen, had quite registered what she had seen out the window. Harry was in the back garden. He picked the envelope up. He brushed dew off it. He read the address, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He looked up at the house. He looked back at the envelope. The cupboard, he thought. The address still says the cupboard. The school does not know. He went inside. He set the letter on the kitchen table. Petunia, at the cooker, glanced at it. Her face went the color of cold porridge. "Vernon," she said. "What?" "It started." "What started?" "Look." Vernon looked at the letter. The color went out of his face too. He had been a different color 10 years before, when Petunia had received a letter about Lily, and the color the letters had drawn out of his face that morning had been the same color. He set down his coffee. He stood up. He said the boy's not going. Harry, at his place, with his toast in his hand, watched the two of them with the calm long patience of a champion who had been about to have this conversation for several years and had been waiting only on the date. "Aunt Petunia," he said. "Don't speak. Aunt Petunia." "I said don't, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, in his own voice, which was small and clear and not afraid, "I am going." Vernon turned. The hand started to come up. The cold went into it before it was halfway. Vernon stood at the table with his hand a quarter-inch off the cloth and his fingers going white, and he looked at Harry as a man looked at something that had been sitting at his table for 10 years and had only this morning become a different thing, and his hand finished the rest of the way up not at Harry but back to his own side, and he sat down again, slowly, in the chair. "You knew," he said. "Yes." "How long have you known?" "About this letter." "Since June." "About the school?" "Since I was 6. Petunia, at the cooker, put her hand to her mouth. "You'll need a trunk," Harry told her. He said it the way he had said thank you, a little while back, testing the word. "I have one. It is being delivered tomorrow. I will need a uniform. That is being seen to. I will need money for books, which I have. I will need a wand, which I have. I will need a way to King's Cross on the 1st of September, and I will arrange that myself. I do not need anything from you, and I am not asking. I am telling you so that you do not wonder, in 3 weeks, where I have gone." The kitchen went quiet. The toast in Harry's hand was still warm. He took a bite of it. He chewed. He swallowed. He set the rest of it on the plate. He stood up. "Thank you for breakfast," he said, to Petunia, who had been making it for him for 10 years and who had given him, exactly twice in those years, an extra slice. He looked at her. He held her eyes. He said it once more, in the voice that was his own. "Thank you, Petunia." Petunia's hand did not come away from her mouth. He went out to the garden. He sat on the patio. He set the letter down beside the book on old speech he was reading. Above the back fence, somewhere over the rooftops, an owl was already on its way back to wherever owls went between deliveries. Harry watched the sky for a long minute with the sun on the side of his face. Then he opened the letter. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Castle and the Crown. The 1st of September was a Sunday morning of high cloud and pale heat. Petunia was at the kitchen window with her arms folded across her ribs, watching her sister's son carry his trunk down the front path. Vernon was upstairs in the lavatory making a great deal of noise about a button on the cuff of his shirt, the sort of noise a man made when he had decided he would be busy for the duration of an unpleasant family event. Dudley was in the lounge with the curtains drawn, eating crisps. The motor car at the curb was the same black motor car. Mr. Davies took his cap off when Harry came down the path with the trunk, and put it back on, and got out and helped him slide the trunk into the boot. "Aunt Petunia," Harry said, at the gate. She did not turn from the window. "I am leaving," he said, to the back of her head, through the kitchen window. "I will be back at Christmas, perhaps. I will be back next summer. If you would prefer me not to be back next summer, I can arrange that. Tell me before May." The back of her head did not move. He waited a long count. "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia." The back of her head moved an inch. It was, he thought, the most acknowledgement she had given him in some years. He took it. He went down the path and got into the motor car, and the motor car pulled away from the curb of Privet Drive, and he did not look back. He had taken the front step of Privet Drive into him a great many times, and he had taken the kitchen and the cupboard and the lawn and the privet, but the brick face of the house looking out at the road had never quite been his to take, and he did not need it for the road today. The car went into central London. It set him down on a curb in Charing Cross, where Borvak was waiting. They went into the Leaky Cauldron. Tom looked up this time, the way he looked up at customers at full daylight, and his face went briefly through a small crisis of recognition before he settled, the way a man settled who had decided not to recognize the small boy in the dark coat with the goblin at his elbow. Borvak did not raise his cane. He merely walked through. They went out through the back, through the brick yard, through the alley. Diagon Alley at 10 on a 1st of September was the size of a market on a fair day. Children were everywhere. There were children with parents, and children with grandparents, and a great many children alone with their lists in their hands and the stunned country cat look of a country cat in a city. Harry, walking through them, drew looks. He drew looks not because anyone in the alley had been told he was Harry Potter. The cap on his head was pulled low over the small lightning shape at his hairline that was, in any event, fading by the year, and the shape of his face under the cap was not famous. He drew looks because he was the only child in the alley walking with a goblin in a long dark coat, and the goblin was not a Gringotts attendant, and the boy was not in any hurry, and that combination was unusual enough that the people of the alley turned their heads. Harry did not mind. He had been turning his head, on the 4th of every July, for 10 years. They stopped at Madame Malkin's. They stopped at the apothecary. They stopped at Flourish and Blot's. The list had been complete in Harry's pocket for 2 months, and most of the list had already been filled by Vurik and sent to the Goblin storehouse, but Borvak had insisted on the alley for the books and the robes, on the grounds that a champion ought to be seen to do his own buying like any other boy on his first list. They went to Madame Malkin's last. The shop was full. Madame Malkin had 3 girls helping her with chalk and pins, and Madame Malkin took Harry herself when he came in with Borvak, because Madame Malkin had been told a fortnight before that the small dark-haired boy with the goblin would be coming and that he was to be served quickly and without questions. He was put on the stool in the corner. The girl with chalk began the chalk. Borvak sat down on the bench by the door and opened a newspaper. There was already a boy on the stool next to Harry's. The boy was tall for his age, and pale, and his hair was very neatly combed, and his robes were already fitted and standing on him in an absolutely correct line, the way the robes of a child stood when the child had been measured by the tailor every 6 months for 10 years and the tailor had got exactly tired of him and finally given up and made the robes by memory. He looked at Harry sideways. He did not turn his head. He had clearly been brought up not to. "Hogwarts," he said. "Yes." "First year?" "Yes." "Father's just buying my books," the boy said. He did not introduce himself. He did not ask Harry to. There was a small mannered pause that suggested he had been doing this on the stool for 40 minutes and had already worked through the small mannered talk that was the warm-up. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Harry thought about it. He had not thought about it. He had been thinking about a great many other things. Cor had not asked him this question, and Borvak had not asked him this question, and Carrag had not asked him this question, and the Goblin King on his stone seat under the city had not asked him this question. They did not, he understood, care much about the answer. The houses of Hogwarts were a wizarding nicety, the way the color of the stripes on a school tie was a wizarding nicety. Wizards cared. Goblins did not. He thought about the answer he was going to give the boy. He thought about the answer the boy expected. The boy was a Malfoy. He had been told Malfoys were going to be in the year, and what they looked like, and what they expected. He could give the answer the boy expected, which was Slytherin, and the boy would settle, and they would have a polite small dialogue for the rest of the chalk and the pins, and the boy would walk out thinking he had had a useful Sunday morning encounter with someone he might or might not want to know better at school. That was a reasonable course. It was also not a true course. Harry was not in the habit, by now, of telling polite untruths. "I don't know yet," he said. "What house I'll be in. The school will work that out tonight. Until then I don't see the point." The boy's mouth opened a fraction. He had not had this reply before. "Oh, well, of course," he said, in the tone of voice of a boy who was going to recover. "I expect Slytherin, naturally, the whole family was. The other houses are. Well, I mean, can you imagine being a Hufflepuff?" "I can imagine being a Hufflepuff," Harry said. "I imagine Hufflepuffs work hard and are kind to their friends. I am not against either thing in principle." The boy stared at him. "Are you having me on?" "No." "What's your name?" Harry looked at him. He looked at him long enough that the boy, who had been brought up to look back at people who looked at him, looked away first, at the chalk on his sleeve. "You will know my name tonight," Harry said. "I will know yours then too. We will see what either of us thinks of the other when we have actual evidence. Until then I would rather we both kept our hands." The boy went red, the spotted red of an unaccustomed embarrassment. He did not speak again. The chalk girl, who had heard every word and made a great show of not having, fitted Harry quickly. He was off the stool in 8 minutes. Borvak, by the door, had not lowered the newspaper. Harry, going past the bench, made a small nod to the boy. The boy did not return it, because he had not yet decided whether to, and Harry, on the pavement, raised an eyebrow at Borvak. "Was that the Malfoy boy?" he said. "That was the Malfoy boy. He is going to dislike me a great deal. He is going to dislike you a great deal, and then change his mind, and then change it again, and you are going to have an interesting 4 years with him before you decide what to do about him. Come. We have a train." They went to King's Cross. The platform between 9 and 10 was the small, secret platform Borvak had told him about when he was 8, and the column between the two had the small worked mark on its painted surface that, the moment Harry came near it, hummed back to the silver in his palm. Harry walked through. The Hogwarts Express was on the platform on the other side, hissing its great clean steam, and Harry, on the curb, with his trunk on a porter's barrow at his elbow, drew a long, slow breath of the steam. It smelled of coal, and of brass, and of 1,000 departures of children who had stood on this platform and not yet been the people they would be by Christmas. Borvak shook his hand at the door of the carriage. He did not embrace him. The goblins did not embrace. Behave, he said. Or rather, do not. Be the thing the crown chose. That will do. Yes, Borvak. I shall see you at Christmas. Yes. The mark on your hand will warm if anything goes very far wrong. I shall come. Yes. Up, Harry. Harry got up. The carriage door shut behind him. He found a compartment near the back of the train. There was a red-haired boy in it already, with a round freckled face, eating a sandwich and looking at the window the way a boy with 5 older siblings looked at a window. This taken, Harry said. The boy's mouth was full. He shook his head. Harry sat down opposite him. He took out a book. He opened it on his knee. The book was in Goblin script. The boy, after his sandwich went down, looked at the book, and looked at Harry, and looked at the book again. What are you reading? A book. Yeah, but what? It is in Goblin script. You would not be able to read it. You can. Yes. How? I have been taught. By who? Harry looked up over the top of the book. He looked at the boy for a full count. He liked the boy's face. There was a directness in it that was not Vernon's directness, which had been a directness that demanded answers. This boy's directness was a directness that wanted to know. Goblins, Harry said. The boy laughed a short laugh, thinking it was a joke. He saw Harry's face. The laugh stopped halfway through. Are you serious? Yes. Blimey. What's your name? Harry. Harry what? Potter. The boy's mouth did the thing the Malfoy boy's mouth had done. You're him, he said. I am a Harry Potter, yes. There aren't 2 of you. It would be inconvenient. The boy laughed properly this time. The laugh was the laugh of a boy who had spent his life in the shadow of older brothers and had decided, in the past 60 seconds, that the small dark-haired boy with the book in Goblin script in the compartment opposite was a person he was going to like. Ron Weasley, he said. Just Ron. Don't try to do the second name nicely, no one ever does. Hello, Ron. Mind if I ask? About what? Goblins. Ask, Harry said. Ron asked. They went past several stations talking about goblins. Harry told Ron the things one could tell a child of a wizarding family about goblins on a train, which was about a quarter of the things Harry knew, and Ron listened the way a boy listened who had been told all his life that goblins were the people behind the counters at Gringotts and the people behind the counters at Gringotts only, and who was now hearing, for the first time, that the people behind the counters at Gringotts were the front desk of an entire civilization. Ron asked good questions. He did not interrupt. He did not laugh at the parts of the answers that the polite parts of his upbringing wanted to laugh at. He nodded a great deal. Halfway to Hogwarts, a girl with bushy brown hair put her head into the compartment looking for a lost toad. Harry looked at her. He looked at her until she stopped speaking, and looked at him, and looked at Ron, and looked at his book on her knee. Her eyes, on the book, went the way a particular sort of eyes go on a book. She wanted it. She wanted it more than she wanted the toad. What is that? She said. Goblin script. You can read that? Yes. How? Ron, beside him, said cheerfully, you're going to have to start sitting down for the answer. He's been telling me for an hour. It's a long story. The girl sat down. Harry, on the seat opposite, found that he did not mind. Hermione Granger, 11, with her front teeth and her bushy hair and her question marks, listened to the rest of the answer, and asked the second-best questions of the day, and at the end of the questions Harry, who had been a boy with 2 friends in the world for some weeks now, both of whom were goblins, was a boy who had begun to have wizard friends as well. The train pulled into Hogsmeade after dark. Hagrid was on the platform. Hagrid, who Harry had not met but had been described to him in advance by Cor in a tone that suggested Hagrid was a man Cor respected without quite forgiving for it, was a great hairy lighthouse of a man with a lantern in his hand and a voice that filled the platform. He called for first years. They went. Harry, with Ron and Hermione one shoulder and the other shoulder, went with the others to the boats. The boats slid them out across the great black lake under the new moon. Hogwarts came up out of the water on the far shore, and Harry, who had felt the Goblin City under the hill come up before him through a long archway, felt the castle come up out of the lake the same way. The castle, like the city, had a temperature. It was a temperature he had not met before. The lower hall of Gringotts was iron. The deep place under the hill was iron and silver. Privet Drive was old paint and small kept domestic magics. The castle, as the boats slid the first years toward it, was a great old, slow, deep, half-asleep, half-watching presence, made of stone the way the city was made of stone, but the stone had had 1,000 years of human teaching laid into it and the stone had held it the way old wood held old polish. The castle was alive, the way the Goblin City was alive, but it was alive in a way that had been inhabited by children for a long time, and Harry, in the boat, felt the silver under his palms sit up a little, the way a cat sat up at the door of a familiar but unmet relative. They went into the castle. The doors were tall. The hall behind the doors was tall. McGonagall was in the hall, and McGonagall was a woman who moved the way Carrick moved, with very little wasted, and she looked at Harry once and looked at him a second time and made no remark and said her piece. They were taken into the great hall. The 4 long tables were full. The ceiling was the cloudy night above the school, with a few stars showing through. The Sorting Hat was on a stool at the front, on a podium, and the Sorting Hat was a sorting hat, and Harry, looking at it across the hall, felt it look back at him in the quick, clever way an old book looked back at a reader who had been recommended to it by someone else. He felt, also, on the dais, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not look at him. Dumbledore looked at his hands, and at the table in front of him, and at McGonagall, and at the hat, and at the air. Dumbledore, in his blue robes, with his silver beard, with his half-moon glasses, did not turn his head once. The not turning was very loud. Harry, returning the favor, did not look at Dumbledore. He looked at the hat. He looked at the windows. He looked at the ceiling. The two of them, the schoolmaster and the boy, had been not looking at each other for 10 years, and they were polishing the not looking now, on the floor of the hall, with the eyes of half a dozen senior staff members pretending not to be on them. McGonagall began calling names. The names came up in alphabetical order. Hannah Abbott went to Hufflepuff. Susan Bones went to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown went to Gryffindor. The hall warmed up to its applause. Harry watched. He did not look at the staff table. The hat, on the heads, was speaking to the children. He could not hear what it said, but he could feel, from his place in the line, the way the hat reached down into each new head and felt, and chose, and lifted away. When McGonagall called Draco Malfoy, the hat barely sat. It said Slytherin before McGonagall had let go of the brim. The Slytherin table did not exactly cheer. They acknowledged. Harry, in the line, watched the Malfoy boy go to his table, and the Malfoy boy, on the way past, did not look at him. The not looking of the Malfoy boy was an apprentice not looking. It would improve in time. When McGonagall called Granger, Hermione, the hat sat for a long count, and at the end of it shouted Gryffindor, and Hermione, with her bushy hair, half ran to the table. When McGonagall called Potter, Harry, the hall went silent. It went silent the way a very old hall goes silent, all at once. There was no whisper. Whispers were for halls that had been waiting for a name a few minutes, this hall had been waiting for a name 10 years. The 10 years' worth of silence was the silence Harry walked into as he took the steps up to the stool. He sat down on the stool. McGonagall, very carefully, set the hat on his head. The brim came down past his eyes. The hat, in his head, said, "Well." "Hello," Harry said back, in his head. Said the hat. "There is a great deal to say to you. There is also a great deal you have already been told. I shall not waste your time. Slytherin would suit you. So would Ravenclaw. Gryffindor would suit you very well, in some chambers of you, and not at all in others. Hufflepuff would suit you in a way you do not yet appreciate. There is something between your ribs that has been put there by a council. There is silver in your palm that did not come out of any house in this castle. There is iron in your spine that came out of a deep place I am not allowed to know. I am instructed by tradition to put you in one of 4 houses. Is there a house you would like to be put in?" Harry thought about it. He took a moment. The hall was waiting. The hall would wait. He thought about the Malfoy boy on the stool at Madame Malkin's. He thought about Ron Weasley with his sandwich. He thought about Hermione Granger with her question marks. He thought about Albus Dumbledore, who was, at this moment, leaning forward an inch in his great chair on the dais, not looking. He thought about the crown. "You may put me," Harry said in his head, "where I will be the most useful. You know better than I do." The hat made a noise that was, for a hat, a small, dry laugh. "That," it said, "is a very goblin answer." "It is," Harry agreed. "In that case," the hat said. "In that case, Harry of the Crown, I have a recommendation to make, and the recommendation is unconventional, and the school will have to live with it. I am putting you in Slytherin. You will not be a Slytherin in the way the Malfoy boy is a Slytherin. You will be a Slytherin in the older sense, the way the man who built the dungeons of this castle was a Slytherin. The house will not know what to do with you for some weeks. By Christmas they will be glad you are there. By Easter half the school will be jealous. By the end of the year you will have an effect on the 4 houses that the 4 houses have been ready to receive for 1,000 years and have not yet had. Do you accept the recommendation?" "I accept," Harry said. "Then I shall say it." The hat, on his head, said Slytherin. The Slytherin table, this time, did not acknowledge. It did not cheer. It did not whisper. It looked at him as one warlord looked at another, and Harry, taking the hat off and setting it back on the stool, returned the look in the same coin. He went down off the dais. He went past Hermione, at the Gryffindor table, who looked at him with the alarmed, quick, betrayed look of a girl who had imagined a dormitory of 3. He stopped beside her. He bent his head a fraction. He said, quietly enough that only she heard him, "We will still read, you and I. The houses are colors on a tie." She looked up at him. Her face went, in 3 seconds, through 5 expressions. The 5th one was a small, brave nod. He went past Ron, at the same table, and Ron's face was a shorter set of expressions, ending in a kind of cheerful disappointment that Harry understood at once. Ron had wanted a friend, and was not now to lose one, but had imagined the wrong arithmetic of seating, and was already correcting it. Ron raised his hand a fraction. Harry raised his a fraction back. He went on. He sat down at the Slytherin table. The boy who was his nearest neighbor was a black-haired, very serious-looking boy who Harry, after a small consultation with the silver under his palm, identified as Theodore Nott. Nott looked at him. Nott did not speak. He moved a half-inch sideways on the bench to give Harry the more comfortable seat, and that, Harry thought, was the Slytherin equivalent of welcome. At the staff table Albus Dumbledore lifted his eyes for the first time. The two of them looked at each other across the long room. The schoolmaster's blue eyes were not the eyes of a man who had been startled. They were the eyes of a man who had spent 10 years arranging chess pieces on a board, and had this evening had a piece picked up off the board by a hand he had not made, and put back down on a square of its own choosing. He had been told the piece was going to be Gryffindor. The piece had not been Gryffindor. He inclined his head at Harry. The inclination was civil. Harry inclined his head at Dumbledore. The inclination was civil. The two of them resumed not looking, and a great many people in the hall had now seen the two civilities pass between them, and a great many people in the hall would be talking about it for the rest of the night. The feast began. Harry ate. He was hungry. He had been on a train all afternoon. He answered Theodore not small, sparing questions with small, sparing answers. He looked, once, across the hall at the staff table, at Snape, who was a long, tall, dark man whose attention, when it found Harry's, did not flinch but did not soften either, which Harry took as a courtesy, at McGonagall, who was watching Dumbledore in the way a chief of staff watched the man at the top whose plan had just acquired a complication, at Quirrell, whose turban was wrapped tight at the temples, and whose eyes, when they passed across Harry, made the clean scar at his hairline. Ache with a small dry ache that had nothing to do with the hat. The cold window that Hadron had taken the cold out of was empty. There was no Horcrux in it any more. But the man whose name had been written underneath the Potter line in the bowl was sitting on the far side of the hall. The silver under Harry's palm went very still. Not still as in afraid. Still as in the dog at the door, listening, deciding. He set the spoon down very gently in the bowl of stew. He looked, for a long moment, at the back of Quirrell's turban, which was turned now toward Snape, and through the cloth and the hair and the bone Harry could feel, faintly, exactly, the cold thing he had not met since November of his 10th year. There was a piece of the dead king in this room. He picked the spoon up again. He went on eating. He listened, while he ate, to the silver in his palm telling him three things: first, that the cold thing in the hall was not strong enough to act today; second, that the cold thing in the hall was already aware of him, and was already, in its small dry way, curious; and third, that there was, after the feast, a great deal of work to do, and that the work would not start today. Across the hall, at the staff table, Quirrell turned his head. His eyes met Harry's. Harry held the look. He did not let his face show what the silver had told him, because he had not been a boy who let his face show what he was thinking for several years now. He held the look, and Quirrell, with his small stammer that was not quite a stammer, smiled at him in the polite, vague way the new defense master smiled at all the first years, and looked away. The dead king's small piece in Quirrell's head did not look away. It watched Harry for the rest of the feast. Harry, with the silver in his palm and the iron in his spine and the long quiet attention of a council that had been training him for this particular eye for 4 years, watched it back. He ate his stew. He answered Theodore Nott's questions. He laughed, briefly, at something that made the small greengrass girl across the table laugh first. He kept the small mark on the back of his right hand warm. Inside his head the cold window was open. He was open with the Goblin City under the hill. The Goblin City had heard him sit down at the Slytherin table. The Goblin City, 8,000 strong between the iron hills and the deep vaults under London, had also heard him recognize the dead king in the room. The Goblin City had not panicked, because Goblin Cities did not panic, but the Goblin City had ordered 4 warlords to the long stair under the culvert by the Welsh border by midnight, and had sent a runner to Borvak before the soup at the Slytherin table had cooled in Harry's bowl. The school sang the school song. The hall stood. Dumbledore made his welcome speech. The feast ended. The first years were led to their dormitories by their prefects. Harry went to the Slytherin dormitory in the dungeon. The prefect, a 6th year called Marcus Flint, did not look at him on the way down, because Marcus had been instructed by the 7th years that not looking at the new Potter boy until he had been made sense of was the more dignified course for the house. Harry took the bed he was assigned, which was the bed nearest the door, by the choice of Theodore Nott, who had moved his own things to the next bed in the nicest possible way without being asked. Harry did not sleep at once. He lay on his back. He listened. Above him, somewhere on the dais of the great hall, Dumbledore was, at this moment, sitting in his great chair behind the empty platters, not eating, not drinking, looking at the doorway through which the small dark-haired boy in the green-trimmed robes had just left, and asking himself a question he had been asking for 10 years and had only had to ask in earnest tonight. Below him, Somewhere through the floors of the dungeons, in the bones of the castle, an old, slow, half-asleep, half-watching presence was sitting up a fraction, the way a cat sat up at the door, and looking at the boy in the bed nearest the door of the Slytherin dormitory with a slow, considering attention. The castle had been waiting 1,000 years for the right kind of pupil to walk into its long halls. The castle had made itself up its mind, on the boats, that the small dark-haired boy in the dark coat with the goblin escort was perhaps the one. The castle was, on this matter, hard to lie to. Harry, in the bed by the door, with his right palm flat on his sternum, with the silver in it answering the iron in the deep place under the world, with the new attentions of the castle settling around him as if a shawl had been put over his shoulders by an old grandmother with many shawls, said, quietly, into the dark of the dormitory, where only the dormitory could hear him, "I will hold the line of my own name." The dormitory did not answer. The dormitory did not need to. In the morning he went up to breakfast on his own. The Slytherin first-year boys came up the dungeon stair in a bunch behind him, but they did not walk with him. They had been talking in the dormitory after lights out the night before, with their voices kept low under the noise of the older boys' card game on the landing, and Harry had heard most of it through the closed door because the silver under his palm had taken to listening to walls when he asked it to. The conversation had been the conversation he had expected. Crabbe and Goyle had been disappointed. Malfoy had been angry. Nott had said little. Zabini, who was the last of them to come into the room, had made a single dry remark about a Potter in green that had not been a compliment and had not been a sneer, and the dry remark had ended the conversation. Harry had not thought less of any of them for the conversation. They had been wizard children for 11 years and they were going to need a few weeks. He went up. He sat at the Slytherin table at a place that left 2 empty seats either side, the proper civic arrangement for a first year on the morning after a peculiar sorting. He ate. Hermione, 3 tables over, had her face in a textbook and her toast in her hand and was already halfway through a chapter of Transfiguration. Ron, 2 seats from her, was eating bacon at the speed of a boy who had been waiting 11 years for somebody else's cook to make him bacon. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the gap between the tables. She raised an eyebrow at him. He raised one back. They had a small understanding now, the two of them, of the tilt of each other's eyebrows. It would last them all year. The first lesson on the first day was defense against the dark arts. He went down with Theodore Nott and the other first-year Slytherins, and the room was the room at the top of a tower stair that smelled of cold stone and garlic. Quirrell was at the front when they came in, with his back to the door, fussing with a stack of papers. He turned when they took their seats, and his eyes, in the daylight, were very pale, and the pale was not the pale of a man whose eyes were a particular color, but the pale of a man whose eyes had something behind them that was looking out through a too thin curtain. "Good morning, C-class," Quirrell said. Please settle, please." The class settled. Quirrell began the lesson. The lesson was a lesson on the simple defensive shield, which any first-year wand list assumed a child knew the theory of and almost no first-year actually did. Quirrell took them through the theory at a pace that was either the careful pace of a man who knew his class did not yet know the theory, or the careful pace of a man who was thinking very hard about something else and was relying on a script he had memorized in advance. Harry, watching him with the small dry attention the silver was giving everything in this room, judged it the second. When the theory had been gone over, Quirrell asked the class for a volunteer to demonstrate. No hand went up. He had not expected one. He had asked the question to see whose face moved. His eyes went over the row of new Slytherins, and over the row of new Ravenclaws beside them. His eyes went past Harry the first time. The eyes came back to Harry's the second time. They lingered. Mr. Potter," Quirrell said. May we prevail on you?" "Yes, sir," Harry said. He stood up. He went to the front. He took out his wand from inside his sleeve. Quirrell, on the dais, took out his own wand. He smiled the small, vague smile. It is a very gentle hex, Mr. Potter. Mostly stinging. The S shield should S suffice. C can you manage? Yes, sir. Then if YUW would be so kind. Ready. Quirrell raised his wand. Harry raised his. The cold thing in Quirrell's turban, behind the cloth and the hair and the bone, was watching. Quirrell cast the hex. Harry did not cast the shield. The shield was an English wizard's word, and Harry, after 4 years of lessons under the hill, had learned a great many other words for the same idea. He cast nothing. He held the wand in his hand, and the silver under his palm met the silver wire at the wand's pommel, and the two of them between them, without his having told them to, stood up a small clean wall of attention in the air between him and Quirrell, and the hex met the wall, and the wall remembered the hex, and the wall, in the kindly slow consultation of a pair of well-practiced friends, sent the hex back at half the speed at which it had come, on the same line, with no malice in it at all. Quirrell put up his own shield. He did it the proper English wizard's way. He said the word, and the wand made the gesture, and the shield, blue and faint, came up between him and the returning hex, and the hex went out with a small dry pop on contact with it. The class made the noise the class makes when it does not know what to make of what it has just seen. Quirrell looked at Harry. He looked at him for a count of 3, because Quirrell, as a man, had not in his life seen a first year do what Harry had just done, and was working out which of the things that had happened he should be most surprised by. The cold thing in his turban was working out the same problem at the same time. Very good, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said. T20 P points to S Slytherin. P please S sit. Harry inclined his head a fraction. He went back to his seat. He sat down. He set the wand on the desk. He did not look up at Quirrell again. He felt, all the rest of the lesson, the cold thing in the turban looking at the back of his head, and he kept the silver under his palm so still that not even the cold thing could quite hear it. The dog at the door was lying down. The dog was patient. After the lesson he caught Theodore Knott's elbow on the way out. Yes, Knott said. He said it not as an answer to a question but as an acknowledgement of one. Quirrell, Harry said. Yes. Have you noticed? My father has. Harry looked at Knott. Knott looked back at him. Knott was not a Malfoy. Knott was an old, careful boy. He had been brought up in a house in which a great many things had been spoken about quietly, by his father, on the grounds that they were not for the ministry's ears, and Theodore had learned the listening before he had learned to walk. He inclined his head a fraction. My father will not have written to me about it, Knott said, because the letter would be opened. I have been told to find the right people to talk to in the school. I think, Potter, you and I are going to be the right people to talk to. All right. After supper. The empty classroom on the 3rd floor, the one with the broken window. Bring nobody, but tell whomever you trust where you are going. All right. They went separate ways at the bottom of the stair. In the corridor, halfway to the next class, Hermione cornered him, because Hermione always cornered him in corridors when she had a thing she was not yet sure how to put. That was not the shield charm, she said. No. What was it? It was something a friend of mine taught me. Will you teach me? He looked at her. He had not, an hour ago, decided whether he was going to teach Hermione what the goblins had taught him. The council would have something to say about it. So would Cor. Cor would have a great deal to say about it. He looked at Hermione's brown eyes, with the bushy hair around them, and the quick, hungry intelligence behind them, and the careful, stubborn loyalty that had already, in 24 hours, decided to be his. The silver under his palm, almost without his noticing, made a soft small leaning toward her. In time, he said. Some of it. The parts that are mine to teach. There are parts of it that are not. I'll take what you can give. I know you will. And, Harry. Yes. You're all right, aren't you? In Slytherin. He thought about it. He thought about Theodore Knott's half-inch sideways shift on the bench last night. "I am all right," he said. "They will be all right too, by Christmas." Hermione looked at him very hard. She said, "I'll hold you to that," in the way she said most things, and went off down the corridor at a half-run because she was not late, but she had a chapter to read before the next bell. He slept that night, late, in a bed in a dungeon under a castle, and the dormitory did not bother him, and the castle did not bother him, and Hogwarts, on its slow stone shoulders, took him in. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. The hunger behind the turban. The empty classroom on the third floor with the broken window had once been a music room. The piano was still in the corner, with its lid up and its strings dark with damp, and the floor was patterned with the long pale rectangles of dust that had been left where chairs had stood for 100 years. A single candle stood on the piano. Theodore Knott was at the keyboard with his back to the door when Harry came in, picking out a slow line on the white keys with one hand. He did not stop when the door opened. He stopped when Harry shut the door behind him. "Who else have you told?" Knott said. "No one in the school." "Outside the school?" "My people." "How many of your people?" "All of them." Knott turned on the piano stool. He was a long, thin, careful boy with the slightly too large eyes of children who had been read to by candlelight every night of their childhood, and he looked at Harry with an attention that was not the attention of curiosity but of inventory. "All of them," he said. "Yes." "Of them being, don't." Knott inclined his head. He was a careful boy. He understood. He turned his head a fraction toward the window, where the broken pane breathed cold air into the room. "My father wrote me a letter at the end of August," Knott said, the day after he had spent an evening at Lucius Malfoy's house. "My father did not say anything that the letter would mind being read by a censor. My father said only that I should pay particular attention to the new defense master, because the new defense master had been, when he was a younger man, an interesting sort of fellow, and he might be worth a friendly note in the family book. The family book is what we keep on people, Potter. I have been keeping a friendly note. The note says that whatever is wrong with Quirrell is not in Quirrell. It is on Quirrell. There is a difference." "Yes." "Is the difference what I think it is?" "Yes." Knott was quiet for a count. "Are you going to do something about it?" "I am going to do something about it." "What do you need from me?" Harry thought about it. He had been thinking about it on the way up the stair. He had a great many things he might need. The most useful thing Knott could do was the thing that needed no instruction. "Your eyes," Harry said. "On Quirrell." "On the staff table." "On the Slytherin common room." "On Malfoy's letters when they come in." "Tell me, every Sunday, what your eyes have given you that week. Do not write any of it down. Do not say any of it where another portrait can hear. Tell me on Sunday afternoons, on the lake walk, when the wind covers the voices." "All right." "And, Knott." "Yes." "My people will be coming here, in time. When they come, I will tell you. You will, on that day, decide whether to stay in the room with them or leave it. There is no shame either way. You should think about that decision in advance." Knott looked at him. "I have already decided." "Don't tell me which way yet." "Why?" "Because I do not want, at the moment of decision, for you to be honoring the decision you made on a Friday evening in October. I want you to honor the decision you make in the moment. The decision in the moment is the truer one. If they are the same, they are the same. If they are not, the moment wins." Knott took a small breath. He inclined his head. "That," he said, "is a goblin's instruction." "Yes. My father will be sorry to have missed this conversation." "Tell him about it after we are dead, Knott. Not before." Knott smiled, briefly, the shy half-smile of a boy who had not, in his life, expected to be told a joke by a Potter, and the joke had been a goblin's joke. The two of them parted ways in the corridor outside, and Theodore Nott went down to the dungeon, and Harry went up to the Ollery, where he sent a single very short letter to Borvak, in a script Borvak had taught him over a winter evening 18 months ago, which said only there is a piece of him in the school, on the head of the new defense master, and we are watching. And the letter went out into the night with a small school owl whose name was Wick, and Wick did not stop at any window between Hogwarts and the lower hall of Gringotts. The autumn went. Harry did not, that autumn, do any of the dramatic things a boy in a story sometimes did when there was a piece of an old enemy in the room. He went to his classes. He answered when he was asked. He did his homework. He read, on Sunday afternoons, on the lake walk, with Theodore Nott on his right and Hermione Granger on his left and Ron Weasley a half-step behind, the small printed dispatches Nott brought him from his eyes, and the small handwritten notes Hermione brought him from the books she was racing through in the library, and the small unspoken set of observations Ron brought him from the kitchen by way of the house elves with whom he, Ron Weasley of the Burrow, had a long and easy traditional family acquaintance. He learned, in those 8 weeks, a great many things. He learned that Quirrell drank no water at meals. He learned that Quirrell turned to his left every time he came down the dais steps, no matter which side the steps were on. He learned that Quirrell's turban smelled of garlic and of an older smell. He learned that Quirrell, alone in his office on the 3rd floor at 1 in the morning, talked to himself in 2 voices, and the second voice was the colder one. He learned that Severus Snape, who sat beside Quirrell at the staff table and looked at him often, knew at least the shape of the cold thing on Quirrell's head, and was watching, and was waiting on what Albus Dumbledore did about it before Severus Snape did anything himself. He learned that Albus Dumbledore was watching too, and was waiting on what Quirrell did, and that the two of them, the schoolmaster and the cold thing, were playing a chess game whose rules Harry did not yet entirely understand and whose pieces, 2 of them at least, were the Philosopher's Stone in the keeping of an old alchemist Harry had not yet met, and the small dark-haired boy in the dungeon who had been sorted into the wrong house. He learned, on the 11th of November, that the Philosopher's Stone was in the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side, behind a door guarded by a great 3-headed dog called Fluffy. He learned this from Hagrid, who told it to Hermione, who told it to Harry on the lake walk on the next Sunday, and Harry, who had been working out for some weeks where in the castle the stone would be, nodded once and asked her not to ask Hagrid any more questions about it. Hermione nodded. "Why not?" she said. "Because Hagrid has been told things he should not have been told. He has been told them because he is an honest man and an honest man's mouth is more useful than an honest man's silence. He is being used. We do not have to use him too." Hermione thought about this for a long moment. Who is using him? The headmaster. Why? Because the headmaster, Harry said, wants to see what the cold thing in the defense master's turban does, and he wants to see what the small dark-haired boy in the dungeon does, and he wants both of us in the same room with a stone we cannot, either of us, take. The stone is bait. Hagrid is the door. The headmaster is the man with the chair behind the curtain. I do not blame him for wanting to know. I do not, however, intend to do what he wants in the order he wants it done. We can let the cold thing into the corridor. We can keep the cold thing from getting at the stone. We do not have to give the headmaster the spectacle he is preparing for. We can give him a different spectacle. What spectacle? My friends, Harry said. And me. Hermione, beside him, was silent for the rest of the walk. That night she sent an owl to her parents that said only that she was going to be in Hogwarts for Christmas instead of coming home, and she would explain when next she saw them, and would they please send a particular book on old wards from her father's bookcase as a Christmas gift early. She did not tell Harry she had sent the owl. He knew anyway. The silver under his palm had begun, by now, to read mail. In the second week of December the cold thing made its first move. It made it on a Tuesday afternoon in defense against the dark arts, in front of the class, in the way the cold thing had been making moves to its own people for 1,000 years. It asked an innocent question that was a knife. Quirrell, at the front, asked the class who could tell him what the proper counter-curse was for the binding hex that the dark wizard Marba had used at Belgorod in 1481, and Quirrell, asking the question, looked at Harry, and the question was a question to which the answer was a goblin's secret. The cold thing on Quirrell's head wanted to know, with that question, whether Harry knew the answer, and whether, knowing it, Harry would say it. Harry knew the answer. Of course he knew the answer. Cor had taught him the entire Battle of Belgorod, on the floor of the kitchen at the farmhouse, with bits of broken pottery for soldiers, when Harry was 9. He raised no hand. He looked, very mildly, at Quirrell. He let the silver under his palm be entirely still. He let the cold window in his head be neither open nor closed but at a degree of openness that was very precisely calibrated to leak nothing. He let his face, on the desk, be the face of a small dark-haired boy who was waiting to see whether anyone in the class was going to answer. No one answered. Quirrell, after a moment, smiled the small, vague smile, and said the answer himself. The answer he gave was wrong by half a syllable. It was wrong in the goblin way, not the wizard way, that is to say, no English wizard textbook would have caught the error, but the goblins had spent 600 years correcting themselves out of that error, and Cor would have rapped Harry on the knuckles for it. The cold thing on Quirrell's head had given Quirrell the wrong answer on purpose, to flush a goblin's apprentice into correcting it. Harry did not correct it. He let the wrong answer pass. He let his face register, briefly, the polite small attention of a first-year writing the wrong answer down dutifully in his notebook. The cold thing watched him. The cold thing did not believe him. The cold thing made a small, dry, internal note that the small dark-haired boy was either ignorant of Belgorod, or was a great deal more careful than the cold thing had been led to believe. The cold thing put its money on the second. Harry kept his face quiet. After class he went to Hermione, in the library. He wrote on her piece of parchment, very small, in a hand only she could read, "Do not answer the Belgorod question if he asks you." She looked at the writing. She looked at him. "I read the chapter on Belgorod," she whispered. "I knew the answer. Yes." He would have known. He would have known. Harry. Yes. How long have we been being watched? Since the boats on the lake. She was quiet a long count. Then we have been being watched for 3 months. Yes. And we have not given anything away. You have not given anything away. I have been pretending to be the boy he expects, which is harder than it sounds, and which I will be glad to stop pretending. Not has not given anything away. Ron has not, because Ron does not yet know the things that would give anything away, and that is, for the moment, the most useful thing Ron can be. She nodded slowly. And now? Now, Harry said, we wait until he moves. He will move before the end of the year. He has to. He cannot stay on Quirrell's head past the spring. He needs the stone. He will go into the corridor. He will go on the night Dumbledore has made sure to be away from the castle, because Dumbledore is going to make sure to be away. We will be in the corridor when he goes in. We will not be there to fight. We will be there to teach him, again, that there is a council that does not forgive his name. The candle on the desk between them flickered. All right, Hermione said. The autumn became winter. The winter became Christmas. Harry stayed at the castle. So did Hermione. So, by an arrangement Nott had made through his father with the assistance of a small bribe to the school owl, did Theodore Nott, who had told his family that he had been invited to spend the holiday with the Greengrasses and had told the Greengrasses that he had been invited home, and was, by this neat balance, free to spend the holiday in the empty common room of an empty Slytherin dungeon. Ron went home to the burrow because Ron had been told by his mother that he was coming home, and Ron, who would have been in the corridor on the night of the move, was for that reason kept out of it on Harry's instruction, because Harry had calculated that the night of the move would be the 3rd Saturday of June and that Ron, by being safely at the burrow until Easter, would be returning to the school in plenty of time. Christmas at Hogwarts was a slow, snowed-over week of long, warm meals and cold corridors, and the castle, which had been listening to Harry with an ear cocked sideways since September, listening more openly. The castle had begun, by Christmas, to make small, helpful adjustments. Doors that opened only for prefects opened for him, in the small hours, when no one was watching. A staircase that was supposed to swing left swung right when he was on it. The portrait of Sir Cadogan, who was the loudest portrait in the castle, became briefly silent whenever Harry passed in front of him. The castle was choosing, the way the Goblin City had chosen on the day Harry had stood on the top step. Harry, who had not been chosen by very many things in his life until he had been 6.5, took the choosing with the small patient gratitude of a boy who knew what choosing cost. In late February the cold thing moved. It moved in a manner so small that even Theodore Nott, with his Sunday eyes, almost missed it. It went down to the third-floor corridor at 3 in the morning of a Tuesday, when the snow on the windows was so heavy that the moon could not see through it, and it tried the door behind which Fluffy slept, and it learned, in that one small attempt, that the dog could be put to sleep with music, and that the door behind the dog was a trapdoor, and that beyond the trapdoor were a great many further doors, each more difficult than the last. It did not try the trapdoor that night. It went away and considered. The cold thing was patient. The cold thing was not as patient as the goblins, but it was patient enough. Harry knew the cold thing had moved because the silver under his palm warmed at 3 o'clock that morning. He did not get up. He did not need to. He listened, in his bed in the dungeon, to the silver giving him a slow careful inventory of where the cold thing was in the castle, what it was doing, what it had touched, what it had learned. The cold thing finished its work. The cold thing went up to its tower. The cold thing slept, or did the cold thing's version of sleeping, with its head on a pillow on Quirrell's bed. Harry, at 3:30, sent a single long letter to Borvak. The letter said, by midsummer. In April, the snow went out. The lake melted. The grounds turned green. Hagrid, on a Thursday, told Hermione cheerfully that he had won a dragon's egg in a card game, and Hermione, who had been told a great many things by Hagrid that year that she had not been intending to be told, listened, asked 5 careful questions, walked away, and went straight to Harry. The egg was, in 2 days, in a cottage in the grounds. Harry sent it to a friend of Borvak's in Romania by way of Borvak by way of a goblin runner by way of Wick the school owl, because the dragon was a piece of leverage the cold thing did not need to acquire, and because Hagrid did not need to be in trouble with the school for a thing he had been quietly steered into doing. The egg went away to Romania. Hagrid was disappointed for a week and then received, by post, a letter of warm thanks from the dragon keepers and a small carved figurine of a dragon, and Hagrid kept the figurine on his mantle for the rest of his life, and never knew it had been carved by Cor. In May the cold thing went into the corridor a second time. It got past Fluffy. It got past the devil's snare. It got past the room with the keys. It did not get past the chess set, because the chess set was an old wizard's puzzle and the cold thing was an old wizard, and the chess set knew it, and the chess set had a way of arranging its pieces against an old wizard that an old wizard could not solve in one night. The cold thing went away to its tower. The cold thing was annoyed. The cold thing was beginning to run out of months. Harry spent the night of May the 20th in a long, quiet, considering council with Borvak, in the lower hall of Gringotts, by way of the small private fireplace in the music room with the broken window, which Borvak had, with the headmaster's quiet permission, 7 years before, attached to the Goblin Floo network without telling the headmaster which Goblin Floo network he had attached it to. Carrag was there. Hadron was there. Cor was there. The cold thing, by this time, was on the council's list of priorities for the coming month at item 1, and the council had been preparing, for that one item, for 4 years. Tell us your plan, Harry, Carrag said. Harry told them. It took 10 minutes. It was a plan he had been writing in his head, in the dungeon, since November. The council heard him out. The council asked 4 questions. Hadron asked a 5th. Borvak asked the 6th. Cor did not ask any. Cor nodded. At the end of the questions Carrick, in the iron disc on the floor, looked round at the goblins on the seats above the disc, and the goblins on the seats inclined their heads. The vote was unanimous. "It is a good plan, Harry," Carrick said. "The Crown approves it. We will assemble. We will be on the lake at midnight on the night you tell us. We will not enter the castle unless you ask. We will be ready if you do. Do you ask?" "Not yet." "Good. And, Harry. One thing more." "Yes, Carrick." "Do not kill the cold thing if you can help it." Harry blinked. "Why?" "Because there are several other pieces of him in the world, and we have been gathering them since November, and we will gather them all. The cold thing in Quirrell's head is one of 7. We do not yet have the others. We are going to have the others by Christmas of next year, by the way the work is going. If you destroy this one tonight, the others will know. They will hide. We will lose 3 years of work." Harry took a slow breath. He had not known there were 7. He had known there were more than one. He had not known 7. "Tell me," he said, "what to do with him instead. Drive him out of the body. Send him out of the castle. Let him go into hiding the way he went into hiding 10 years ago. Let him think he has escaped you, and that he has time to gather himself. We need the time too. We need the dimness. By Christmas next year we shall have his other pieces. Then he can be killed. All right. You agree?" "I agree." "Good. We shall be on the lake." The fire in the music room dimmed. Harry sat back in the piano stool. He was, for the first time in 8 months, tired. The work of the 8 months had been the patient work of not doing things, and the patient work of not doing things was harder than the patient work of doing them. He stood up. He went out of the music room. He went to the dormitory. He slept. The night came on the 7th of June, on a Saturday, when Dumbledore had been called by the minister to a meeting in London that was real, and that the cold thing had not arranged. Quirrell, that evening, ate no supper. Quirrell, that evening, walked out of the staff table at 8:30 with his eyes too bright and his fingers a little quicker than his fingers had been in March. Quirrell walked across the great hall and out into the entrance corridor, and turned, the way he always turned, to his left. Harry, at the Slytherin table, set down his fork. He looked once across the hall at Hermione. Hermione was already standing up. Theodore Nott, on his left, had stood up at the same moment. The 3 of them, by the small unspoken arrangement they had been working on for 2 months, went out of the hall by 3 different doors. They met in the corridor on the 3rd floor, behind the door that had Fluffy behind it. The dog was already asleep. The cold thing had played a small wooden flute. The trapdoor was already open. The cold thing had gone down. Harry, with Hermione behind him and not behind Hermione, stepped through. He went down the trapdoor. The devil's snare at the bottom recognized the silver in his palm and made way. The room with the keys had been left open by the cold thing in its impatience. The chess set was the difficulty, but the chess set had been beaten by the cold thing on the 2nd attempt 3 nights before, the way Carrick had told Harry it would be, and the cold thing had left the chess set's pieces in the position of victory. They walked across the board. The fire and potion room had been solved. The fire was out. The black flame that Snape had set across the further door had been quenched. Quirrell had taken Snape's vial. Quirrell had gone through. Harry, at the threshold of the further room, stopped. He turned to Hermione and Nott. "You stay here," he said. "Harry," Hermione said. "You stay here, both of you. If I am not back in a quarter of an hour, you go up to the top. The window of Charm's classroom on the 7th floor opens. You signal. Borvak is on the lake. Borvak will come. How do you signal? You hold this." He took out, from inside his sleeve, the small oilcloth bundle. He unwrapped it. He set the goblin-forged short blade across her palms. You hold it to the window. The blade will speak. Borvak will hear it. Harry, Hermione, Harry said, in his own voice, the small clear voice he had used at Petunia's kitchen table on the morning of the letter, I need you to stay here. I cannot do what I have to do in there if I am also looking after you. I am asking you to be useful. The most useful thing you can be is here. Hermione took the blade in her hands. The grip warmed against her palms, the way it had warmed against Harry's the first night under his cot. All right, she said. Harry nodded. He looked at Nott. Mr. Nott, he said. Yes. Did you decide? Theodore Nott, the careful boy, the long-eyed boy whose father had taught him quiet, looked at Harry. I am with you, he said. In the moment. As you said. Then go behind the chess set. There is a brass bell on the wall. Ring it 3 times. You will not hear an answer. You will know the answer has been given. Then come back here, and stand with Hermione, and do not enter the further room unless she asks you to. Nott went. Harry, at the threshold, took a long, slow breath. He drew his wand. He drew the cold window in his head down to a fine slit. He let the silver under his palm meet the silver wire on the wand's pommel. He thought of the goblin city under the hill, with its slow black river and its pretend October light, and he thought of Carrick's bow on the lawn at 3 in the morning when he had been 6, and he thought of the words he had spoken into the bowl on the iron disc, I will hold the line of my own name. He went through the door. The room beyond was a long, low, vaulted chamber. At the far end of it was a great mirror in a frame of carved gold, taller than a man, and in front of the mirror, with his back to Harry, stood the figure of Quirinus Quirrell. The turban was off. The cold thing on Quirrell's head was, in this room, no longer hiding. There was a face on the back of Quirrell's skull. The face was a thin wet thing, as wide as a man's hand, with 2 slit nostrils and 2 small red eyes, and the eyes, when Harry walked into the chamber, swiveled and met Harry's, and the cold thing's small ruined mouth, in the back of Quirrell's head, opened in a smile. Potter, it said. Riddle, Harry said. The cold thing laughed. It was an old, dry, wet laugh, and it ran through Quirrell's body like a draft through a drafty house, and at the end of it the cold thing said, in its dry old voice, he has the better of you. He has been waiting for you. He has the stone. He does not have the stone, Harry said. He will have the stone. Look in the mirror. No. The cold thing smiled wider. It told Quirrell, in the second voice, to stop. Quirrell stopped. Quirrell turned. The 2 faces, the front face and the back face, looked at Harry in the long low chamber, and the cold thing, looking with its slit eyes, took its time. Boy, the cold thing said. Boy. We have a great deal to discuss. I have been watching you. You are not the boy your mother bore me. You are something else. The goblins. We will speak of the goblins. They are a small problem. They are an old problem. But you, Harry. You are a new problem. I should like to learn you. Come closer. Look in the mirror. No. Come closer. No. The cold thing's smile thinned. The cold thing's voice changed register. It went down. It went down into a register Harry had heard before. He had heard it in the bowl on the iron disc, when Hadron had taken the cold out of his head. The voice had said his mother's name. It said the name now. Lily, the cold thing said. The silver under Harry's palm went very still. She did not want to die, Harry. I gave her the chance to step aside. She did not take it. Her arms were over you. She was a clever girl, your mother, and a stubborn one, and I am not, you know, an unmerciful man. I would have spared her if she had spoken once. She did not. Her last words were not your name. Did you know that? She did not have time to say your name. The silver under Harry's palm did not move. The cold thing watched him. The cold thing had, after 1,000 small acts of watching faces over a very long career, expected the small dark-haired boy in the dungeon to falter on that sentence, and had laid the sentence the way a fisher laid a hook. The hook went past Harry's mouth. The fisher caught nothing. The boy stood where he was, with his wand at his side, with his right palm open, with the cold window in his head a fine slit, and his face was the face of a boy who had heard the sentence in advance from a goblin master of curses on an iron disc and had decided then what he was going to do with it. "Riddle," Harry said. You are tired." "I am not." "You are tired, and you are alone, and you are riding in the head of a man you would have killed 3 years ago for being the man he is, and you have spent the year being outthought by a child. You are tired, and the man under you is tired, and the stone in the mirror is going to be in my pocket in 15 seconds, and you are going to be on a ship to Albania by the morning. I have not come down here to argue with you. I have come down here to tell you what is going to happen." Cocky. "No. Patient." The cold thing's 2 slit eyes narrowed. "Then take it," it said. "Take the stone, if you can. The mirror is mine, boy. You will not see what you came to see in it. I have not come to see anything in the mirror." Harry raised his right hand. He did not raise the wand. He raised the right hand. The palm was open. The silver under the skin of it shone, faintly, in the candlelight of the chamber, and in the same moment, 8 stories above the chamber, on the dark surface of the lake, 27 goblin warriors in armor the color of an old kettle stepped off 27 small black boats, and on the 7th floor a small bushy-haired girl with a goblin-forged short blade in her hands held the blade up in the open window of the charms classroom, and the blade in her hands met the iron in the armor. Of the warriors on the lake, and Borvak, on the prow of the lead boat, raised his cane. The iron and silver met. The silver in Harry's palm leapt. The chamber went bright. It went bright with a light that was not in the chamber, but ran down through the stones from above, the way a candle's light runs down a long well, and the light, when it touched the cold thing on the back of Quirrell's head, did the thing the silver in Harry's palm had done to the green vein in Borvak's chest under the privet hedge 5 years before. It did not strike. It did not burn. It pressed. It pressed steadily, the way a hand presses on a wound to stop the bleeding, and the cold thing, finding itself pressed, did the only thing the cold thing could do. It got out of the body. It came up through the spine of Quirinus Quirrell and out through the top of his skull in a long thin grey ribbon, and the ribbon, for a moment, hung in the air in the chamber, and the slit eyes of it, in their small thin face, went over the small dark-haired boy in the doorway with the open right hand and the cold window very precisely set in his head, and the slit eyes of it understood, for the first time in 1,000 years of practicing the noble art, that it had been outthought by a child for the full length of a school year and that the child was not finished with it. The grey ribbon went out of the chamber. It went out the way a draft went out under a door. It went up. It went up through the 7 floors of the castle. It went out through the charms classroom window where Hermione was standing with the goblin-forged short blade. The grey ribbon, going past her, did not touch her. It saw the blade. It made a small bargain with itself in the air over the lake. It went east. It went east into the dark, low, over the trees, the way a thing goes that has decided to keep its life and lose its quarter-century of work. Quirinus Quirrell, in the chamber below, fell to his knees. He did not die at once. The cold thing had been in him for 9 months, and the cold thing's leaving had cost him a great deal more than the cold thing had given him, and Quirrell was a man whose body had been kept upright by a passenger and was now without one. He looked up at Harry from his knees. His eyes, with the cold thing gone, were almost his own again. They were the eyes of a small, frightened, badly used wizard who had been a tutor in a primary school in Albania a year and a half ago and had not, in any version of his life, expected to die on a flagstone under Hogwarts. "I am sorry," Quirrell said. "I know," Harry said. "It hurts." "I know." Harry knelt beside him. He put the flat of his right hand on Quirrell's forehead, the way he had put it on Borvak's chest under the privet hedge 5 years before. He did not heal him. He could not heal him. The cold things leaving had taken too much. He gave him, instead, what the silver under his palm could give, a small, slow, kindly easing of the pain, the way Hadron had eased his own pain on the iron disc when the cold had come out of his head. Quirrell, on the flagstone, with Harry's small palm on his forehead, breathed 3 slow easy breaths. On the third he stopped breathing. His face, when he stopped, was the face of a man who had been allowed, after a very bad year, to die in his own head. Harry took his hand away. He closed Quirrell's eyes. He stood up. He went to the mirror. He looked at it. The mirror, after a moment, gave him what the mirror gave a man who was not looking for himself in it, a small dark-haired boy, with his right palm open at his side, holding in his other hand a small dull red stone the size of a robin's egg. The stone, in the mirror's reflection, was already in Harry's pocket. Harry put his hand into his pocket. The stone, in his pocket, was already there. He took the stone out. He looked at it. He held it for a moment between 2 fingers in the candlelight. "Hello," he said, to the stone. The stone, in his hand, did not speak. The stone made a small, slow, patient warmth. It was the warmth of a thing that had been used, by the man who had made it, to make gold and to keep an old wife alive for 600 years, and that had been, on the whole, glad of the work. Harry put the stone in his pocket. He went back across the chamber, past the body of Quirrell, through the door, into the chess room, into the keys room, up through the devil's snare, out through the trapdoor. Hermione was at the foot of the trapdoor stairs. So was not. So, behind them, were 3 goblins of Carrig's honor guard, with their armor the color of an old kettle, and their iron eyes, and Borvak in the center of them with his cane and his good color. The honor guard inclined their heads to Harry as he came up out of the trapdoor. Borvak inclined his. "Champion," Borvak said. "Borvak. It is done. It is done. Show me." Harry showed him the stone. Borvak nodded. He took the stone in 2 fingers, without offering to keep it, and held it up to the lantern that one of the warriors carried, and turned it once, and gave it back. "Take it to the headmaster," he said. "Tonight, before he is back in the castle, with witnesses present. Place it on his desk. Tell the witnesses what it is, and that you took it out of the chamber, and that you did not use it, and that you intend the headmaster to give it back to its maker. Do it in front of Hermione and Theodore. You will then have a record. It will save us a great deal of work in the spring. Yes. And, Harry. Yes, Borvak. You did well. Do you know what you did well? I did not kill him. You did not kill him. You did not kill the man either. You let the man die, which was Kinder. We are an honorable people, Harry. We do not waste a death. Yes. Up. Hermione. Theodore. With us. We shall walk you out together, and the warriors will be on the lake until morning. The school is safe. Up. They went up. They went out through the corridors of the castle, in a small careful procession, the boy and the girl and the careful boy and the goblin and the 3 warriors, and the castle, on its slow stone shoulders, watched them go past, and the castle's cat, on a windowsill on the 4th floor, blinked once in the slow approving manner of cats. They went out into the entrance hall. They went up to the headmaster's office, where the gargoyle, when Harry came up to it, stepped aside without a password, because the gargoyle had been instructed by Borvak's runner the night before to step aside for the small dark-haired boy in the green tie. They went up the stairs. They put the stone on the desk. In the morning, when Albus Dumbledore returned to his castle, he found a stone on his desk, and a sworn statement signed by 3 first-year students and witnessed by a Goblin Warlord, and a schoolmaster's quiet, well-considered evening had become a schoolmaster's quiet, well-considered morning of reading. Harry, at the Slytherin breakfast, ate a great deal. He had not had a meal in 12 hours. Theodore Nott, on his right, ate a great deal too. Hermione, 3 tables over, ate a great deal at the Gryffindor table. Across the hall, at the staff table, Severus Snape looked at Harry once, the long, dark, considered look of a man who had had to revise, in the last 12 hours, an opinion he had been holding for 10 years, and Harry, returning the look in the same coin, gave Severus Snape the smallest of nods. Snape, after a long count, returned it. Albus Dumbledore did not look up at Harry until the 3rd cup of tea. When he did, his blue eyes held Harry's for a long count, and at the end of the count he inclined his head, the way Harry had inclined his on the night of the sorting, and Harry, with his second piece of toast in his hand and the quiet weight of a small dull red stone in the bottom of his pocket, inclined his back. The two of them, the schoolmaster and the boy, had finished a chess game neither of them had intended quite to finish, and were beginning, on the fresh board, the next one. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Champion Stands. The headmaster's letter came on the morning of the 11th of June, on a small Hogwarts envelope, by way of a boy's hand instead of an owl. The boy was a 6th-year prefect. He gave the envelope to Harry at the breakfast table without a word, in the particular way prefects gave envelopes to first-years when they had been told the envelope was important, and Harry took it, and read it, and folded it back into the envelope, and put it in his pocket. The letter said only that the headmaster would be glad of half an hour of Mr. Potter's time at 4 in the afternoon, in the headmaster's office, and that Mr. Potter was welcome to bring whomever he wished. He sent Wick, between classes, with a single word in Goblin script, to the lower hall of Gringotts. At 3:45 in the afternoon Borvak walked through the front gates of Hogwarts in his long dark coat, with his cane and his good color, and the gargoyle at the gate, which had not in 700 years admitted a goblin without a teacher's escort, admitted him without one. Filch, in the entrance hall, looked at Borvak. Borvak looked at Filch. Filch looked away. Borvak went up the long stair to the 2nd floor. He met Harry in the corridor outside the headmaster's office at 5 to 4. The two of them, the small dark-haired boy in the green-trimmed robes and the goblin in the long dark coat, stood at the foot of the gargoyle's stairway, and at the stroke of 4 the gargoyle stepped aside, and they went up. Albus Dumbledore was at his desk. He stood up when they came in. He did not stand up the way a schoolmaster stood up when first-years came into the office. He stood up the way a man stood up when a peer entered a room. He inclined his head at Borvak. He inclined his head at Harry. He gestured them to the 2 chairs in front of his desk, and Harry, with the careful small instinct that had been laid into him for 4 years by the warlords under the hill, did not sit at once. He stood for a count of 3. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the portraits, who were almost all of them pretending not to listen. He sat. Borvak sat with him. Fawkes, on the perch in the corner, opened one bright black eye. Fawkes had not opened both eyes for a meeting in this office in 11 years. He opened the second eye now. He did not bow. Phoenixes did not bow. He inclined his crested head a fraction at Harry, in the small particular way old immortal birds had of inclining at children whose lines they had served before, and Harry, who had not till that moment known whether it was a Potter line a Phoenix had served or a Peverell line, returned the inclination. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "Headmaster." "Mr. Borvak." "Albus." "It has been some years." "It has." "You have kept a busy schedule." "I have had a great deal of work." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Yes, I see that you have." He sat down. He folded his long fingers on the desk. He looked, for a moment, at the small dull red stone that had been on his desk on the morning of the 8th of June. The stone was no longer on the desk. The stone, after careful examination, had been returned by Albus Dumbledore to a small white-haired alchemist in a cottage in Devon, with a written promise from the schoolmaster that no further attempts would be made to draw the alchemist's work into the schoolmaster's plans. The alchemist had written back, briefly, in a hand that had not been used for an angry letter in several decades, that he had taken the schoolmaster's promise as he had taken the schoolmaster's word at meetings of the Wisengamot in 1934, and that he hoped the schoolmaster's word still meant approximately the same thing. The schoolmaster, on a Friday afternoon, had read this letter twice. "Harry," Dumbledore said. He did not say it as a teacher said it. He said it as an uncle said it, who had once, at 1 in the morning 10.5 years ago, set a basket on the front step of a particular house. "I owe you several apologies. I owe you also several explanations. I am not certain, this afternoon, in what order to deliver them, and I am willing to be guided by you." Harry looked at him. He had thought, on the way up the stairs, about what he was going to say in this room. He had been thinking about it for 10.5 years, in pieces. He had been thinking about it, in the most concentrated form, for a fortnight. He had run a great many drafts past Borvak in the music room, and a great many past Carrig in the lower hall of Gringotts, and a great many past himself in the dungeon at 1 in the morning, and the draft he had at last decided on was, like most drafts that were the right one, very short. "I don't want apologies," he said. The schoolmaster's blue eyes considered him. "What would you like, Harry?" "I want the truth on a piece of paper, signed by you in front of 3 witnesses, sealed by the school seal and the Goblin Nation seal, deposited at Gringotts and at the office of the Wisengamot secretary. I want the truth about the night of the 31st of October 1981. I want the truth about why I was given to my mother's sister, and on whose authority. I want the truth about the 7 pieces, and which of them you have known about, and for how long. I want the truth about the stone. I want the truth about the corridor. And, headmaster, I want the truth that I am no longer your project. I am, and I have been since I was 6 years old, a champion of the Goblin Nation. The Goblin Nation is a sovereign people on this island. They are my house. You are my schoolmaster, while I attend this school, and only while. We will be polite to one another. I will pass my classes. I will not be your wand. Are we understood?" The room was silent for a count of 4. Dumbledore did not, in the count, do any of the things Harry had imagined he might do. He did not protest. He did not offer comfort. He did not deliver one of the long warm gentle speeches with which he was famous, in halls and at festivals, for the sweetening of difficulties. He looked at the small dark-haired boy in the chair across the desk, with the goblin in the long dark coat at his elbow, and he looked at the boy's blue-green eyes, in which his mother's stubbornness was sitting next to his father's straight-backed particular pride next to a third quality the schoolmaster did not, for a moment, recognize, and at the end of the count he understood that the third quality was nothing he had put there. The third quality was iron. The iron was not Hogwarts iron. The iron was older. The schoolmaster, in his great chair behind his great desk, inclined his head. "We are understood, Mr. Potter. Then we begin. The truth about the 31st of October." Dumbledore began. He spoke for 19 minutes. He told the truth. He told it as he understood it, which was a great deal more than he had ever told a single person about that night, including the people who had a right to be told. He told it without flourish. He told the part about the prophecy. He told the part about the choosing. He told the part about the Godfather, and the betrayal that had not been a betrayal, and the wrong man in Azkaban. He told the part about the 7 pieces, and which 2 he had known about, and which 1 he had only suspected, and which 4 he had decided, in the long late nights of his own cupboard, not to look for yet. He told the part about Privet Drive. He told the part about Petunia. He told the part about the wards that had gone up the morning Lily died, and the wards that the goblins had laid down on top of his own, on the side gate, to make their own arrangement, and the small private fight of charms that had gone on between his wards and theirs every night for 10 years until his had at last, 3 years ago, given up the upper hand. He told the part about the stone. He told the part about Quirrell. When he was done he had not, once, lied. The stone bowl in the lower hall of Gringotts, had it been listening, would not have been required to write any of his sentences in the color the bowl did not own. At the end of the 19 minutes, Borvak, beside Harry, said, "Thank you, Albus. We accept the account." "Thank you, Mr. Borvak. There is the matter of the document. I will write it tonight. I will sign it before the witnesses you specify, the witnesses to be chosen jointly by yourself and Mr. Potter. I will deliver copies to the seals tomorrow. Will you do me the courtesy, Mr. Borvak, of choosing my witnesses with me?" "I will." "Then it is settled." It was settled. Dumbledore wrote, with a quill, on the corner of a piece of parchment, the names of 4 people. Borvak nodded twice and crossed out one of them and wrote in another. Dumbledore inclined his head. They had, in 2 minutes, agreed on 3 witnesses. The witnesses were Minerva McGonagall, Hadron of the Iron Hills, and Augusta Longbottom. The 2 old enemies, who had been politely fighting one another from positions of mutual respect since 1934, exchanged a look across the desk that the portraits of headmasters in the higher rows of the wall did not entirely understand, and Phineas Nigellus Black, who had understood very well and had been sleeping with one eye open for the duration of the meeting, said, in the voice of a man emerging unwillingly from sleep, "Hm. About time. Both of you." "Thank you, Phineas," Dumbledore said. "Do not thank me. I am not your friend, Albus. I am, occasionally, your conscience." "The boy's quite right. You have been making this boy your project for a decade and the boy has been making himself somebody else's project, and yours is the lesser one. Get out of the boy's way. Mr. Potter, my respects to your line." Harry inclined his head at the portrait. The portrait inclined back. There was, in the office, no further to be said about the night of the 31st of October 1981, or about the 7 pieces, or about the stone. There was, however, one more thing to be settled. Dumbledore, with his long fingers on the desk, looked at it as a man looked at the last item on an agenda. "Harry." "Yes. There is the matter of the summer. I am not going back to Privet Drive." "That is what I had been hoping you would say. The wards on Privet Drive, while still nominally your mother's, have not, by my own admission of a moment ago, been the wards I had hoped them to be. The Goblin arrangement is, I think, the better one for you now. May I ask, Mr. Borvak, where the boy will be?" "With us." "Where with you?" "In the Deep Place, for the first month. With the Weasleys, by their own offer, for the second. The Council of the Iron Hills has a guest house in Yorkshire, on the moors, that we will use as needed. I do not at this stage propose that we declare an address. I accept that. May I write to him?" Borvak looked at Harry. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "You may write to me, headmaster," Harry said. "Once a month. I will reply. I will not always reply at length. We are not friends. We will, in time, become correspondents. That is more than I would have offered you a fortnight ago. Take it. I take it. Thank you, Mr. Potter." "You are welcome, headmaster." Borvak rose. Harry rose. Fawkes, on his perch, sang one short, low, polite note, the way a phoenix did when a peer left the room and the phoenix wished the peer well, and the note hung, briefly, in the rafters of the office, and went out. Dumbledore stood. He inclined his head a 3rd time. The 2 visitors went out. The gargoyle at the foot of the staircase folded itself back into the wall. In the corridor, on the way down, Borvak did not speak. He was content. Harry, beside him, was content too. The 2 of them walked the long stair to the entrance hall in the small companionable quiet of allies who had finished a hard meeting on better terms than they had walked into it. At the front doors Borvak stopped. I am proud of you, Harry of the Crown. Harry turned. The goblins did not say such things. He had been told this by Cor, by Hadron, by Carrag himself. The goblins did not waste words on praise. He looked up at Borvak, who had, in the privet hedge 5 years before, been bleeding in a circle so wide that the privet roots had drunk it, and who was now standing in the entrance hall of Hogwarts with a cane in his hand and the late afternoon sun on his face. Borvak's iron eyes, which Harry had thought of for 5 years as kinder than Carrag's, had a weight in them this afternoon that Harry would carry, for the rest of his life. Thank you, Borvak. You handled the schoolmaster the way Carrag would have handled him, only better. Carrag would have been short with him. You were not short with him. He is an old man. He is. He is also a clever one, and a powerful one, and a long-thinking one, and he has not entirely become an enemy yet, and we will not make him one if we can help it. You did not make him one. That is why I am proud. Thank you. Up to your dormitory, Harry. Pack what you wish to take. The end of term feast is in 3 days. After the feast I shall come for you at the gate. We shall go to the deep place by motor car and train and cart, and we shall walk you down the long stair, and you will be home for a month before you are sent into the world to find more of him. There are 6 pieces left. We have located 3. We will find the others. We will have him by Christmas of next year. Do you remember what I said in the lower hall? Yes. We are an honorable people. We do not waste a death. Borvak nodded. He raised his cane an inch in the small salute that had been the salute of a veteran greeting another at a doorway in a story. Harry raised his right hand an inch in return. The silver under his palm met the silver in the small worked head of the cane, and the 2 warmths shook hands, and Borvak went out through the front doors, down the steps, to the gate, and the gate, when he came up to it, opened for him without being asked. That night Harry slept in the dormitory in the dungeon. Theodore Nott, in the bed next to his, slept too. Crabbe, Goyle, Zabini, and Malfoy slept in the rest of the beds. By Christmas, the Sorting Hat had said, the house will be glad you are there. By Easter half the school will be jealous. By the end of the year you will have an effect on the 4 houses that the 4 houses have been ready to receive for 1,000 years. The hat had been right about the first 2. The third would take longer than the school year. Harry had not minded waiting, when he had been 6. He would not mind waiting now. In the morning, on the dais of the great hall at breakfast, an owl came in through the high windows. It was not a school owl. It was a great ill-tempered grey thing with a parchment in its talons, and it dropped the parchment on Harry's plate, and lifted, and was gone before the porridge had jumped at it. The parchment had a red wax seal. The seal was the seal of the Wisengamot. The parchment had 3 lines on it. The Wisengamot, sitting at the request of the office of the Minister for Magic, summons Mr. Harry James Potter, of Privet Drive, Surrey, to give testimony on the matter of certain irregularities in the placement of the said Mr. Potter and the said Mr. Potter's claims of legal arrangement with a non-human nation, on the 3rd day of July at 10 o'clock, in the court of the Wisengamot, Ministry of Magic, London. Harry read the parchment twice. He set it down. He picked up his spoon. He ate his porridge. Theodore Nott, beside him, glanced at the parchment. The minister wants you in front of the Wisengamot. Yes. On the placement question. Yes. And the goblin question. Yes. That is impudent of him. It is. Father will have heard. Father will be in the chamber. Tell your father I shall be glad to see him there. Yes. And, Mr. Nott. Before you write. Yes. Tell your father I shall be glad to see him there in his own person and on his own conscience. Not on a side, and not on the family book, and not on Lucius Malfoy's instructions. Tell him I should be grateful, after that, to know which way he votes. Nott looked at him for a long count. Father will appreciate that, he said. He will say so in 3 sentences less than you used. I did not say it in many. You said it in too many for him by half. It is, however, a goblin's instruction. It is. The summons sat, after breakfast, in the inside pocket of Harry's robe, against the side of him where the goblin-forged short blade had been on the night of the long chamber under the trapdoor. He went to his classes. He took his examinations. He sat in the great hall on the night of the end-of-term feast, at the Slytherin table, and watched McGonagall, in the headmaster's seat in Dumbledore's small-mannered absence, give the house cup to Hufflepuff, which was the right outcome, and which the Slytherin table accepted without a word, because the Slytherin table had decided, by the end of June, that the politics of the house had room in them for a small dark-haired boy who had not, all year, asked the Slytherin table to like him, and had instead given the Slytherin table 4 very particular things in 4 very particular meetings, a fact about Malfoy's father that had been useful to 2 elder Slytherins, a quiet word in defense of a Slytherin third year that Snape had taken and acted on, a note to Tracy Davis, whose mother was ill, that had brought the small careful goblin healer named Jorah to Tracy's mother's bedside in time, and a single visible, quiet, definitive intervention in the Great Hall on the morning of the 6th of June, in which a 5th-year Gryffindor who had been bullying a Slytherin second year had, while raising his hand, found his hand unaccountably cold for 3 minutes, and had not raised the hand again all year. Harry, at the table, accepted the Slytherin's acceptance. He did not speak about it. He had not asked for it. He had earned it, in the way Carragh had taught him to earn such things, which was without asking. After the feast he walked, with Hermione and Ron and Theodore Nott, around the lake. It was the longest evening of the year. The sun had not gone down. The lake was the color of a brass coin. The 4 of them, the boy in green and the girl in red and the 2 boys who, by the way the year had gone, had become something other than red and green and would be something not yet named in years to come, walked around the lake, slowly, in the sort of conversation that did not require a great deal of conversation. Hermione, after a while, said, "Wizengamot." "Yes." "Are you nervous?" "A little." "Borvak says a little is good. The day a champion is not a little nervous on the lower step is the day before the funeral. There is no funeral planned for July." Ron laughed. Hermione did not laugh. "Tell me what you will say to them," she said. Harry stopped on the path. He looked across the lake. He thought about it. He had been writing, in his head, the short version of what he would say to the Wizengamot for several days. He had not, until this moment on the bank with 3 friends beside him, spoken any of it aloud. "I will say," he said, "that the placement of a wizarding child with a non-magical family is not a matter for the minister, but for the magical guardian. I will say that my magical guardian as designated in my parents' will was Sirius Orain Black, who has been imprisoned in Azkaban without trial for 10 years, and that I will be requesting in the Wizengamot, on the same morning, a judicial review of his case. I will say that the Council of the Iron Hills has a treaty with this ministry which dates to 1542, and which I am happy to recite by chapter and verse, and that the treaty includes a provision allowing for the granting of champion status to a non-goblin in good standing with the Council, and that I am that non-goblin, and that the office of the minister has no jurisdiction over the matter. I will say that any attempt by the ministry to break that treaty will, by the terms of the treaty, be answered by the Council, and that the answer of the Council will be, in the first instance, the closing of the doors of Gringotts to British currency for 90 days, and that the Council will not be, on that morning, in any mood to negotiate. I will say that I am 12 in late July, and that I am willing to take questions for 1 hour, and that after the 1 hour I am going home." "Home," Hermione said. "Yes." "Where is home?" Harry looked at her. He looked at her in the long, kind, careful way he had been taught by goblins to look at the people he had decided, between the silver in his palm and the iron in his spine, to keep. He looked, also, at Ron, who was eating one of the leftover seed cakes Mrs. Weasley sent in the Friday post, and at Theodore Nott, who was watching the lake with the expression of a boy who had decided, 2 months ago, in the third-floor music room with the broken window, what he was going to be in this small story. He looked at the lake. He looked at the castle on the far hill. He looked at the deep place under the world that he could feel, at the back of his mind, breathing slow. "Everywhere there is silver in my palm," he said. "Everywhere there is iron in my spine. The deep place is one home. The burrow is going to be one. The school is going to be one. There will be others. I have a great many homes now. I did not have any, once." He said it without ornament. He said it as Carragh would have said it. The four of them walked on around the lake. The sun, at last, went down behind the further trees. The lake turned the color of a brass coin under a candle. The castle, on its hill, lit its windows, one row at a time, the way a careful housekeeper lit windows in a house with too many rooms. In the small dim warmth of his cot in the Slytherin dormitory, on the last night of his first year, Harry lay on his back with his right palm flat on his sternum and the silver in it answering the iron in the deep place under the world, and he thought about a small wounded creature in a privet hedge 5 years and 10 months ago, who had said "Don't shout, boy," and had been bleeding so much that the privet roots had drunk a circle of it. He thought about the bowl in the lower hall of Gringotts, and about the way Carragh had inclined his head at 3 in the morning on the lawn at Privet Drive, and about the way Hermione had nodded at him at the threshold of the long chamber when he had asked her to stay. He thought about the man in the black motor car, who had taken his cap off when Harry got in, and put it back on, and had not asked questions, 407 separate evenings. He thought about the words he had spoken into the bowl, "I will hold the line of my own name." He had held it. He went to sleep. The dormitory did not bother him. The castle did not bother him. The deep place, in the back of his mind, slept too, in the slow, settled, half-watching, half-asleep way of a city that had been waiting 80 years for the crown to stir, and had done its waiting with the patience of a people who had 1,300 years of patience, and had been, at last, rewarded. In the morning he packed his trunk. He went down to the gate. Borvak was at the gate, with the motor car and the cap-touching driver and the oilcloth-wrapped short blade and the small Wisengamot summons in a long official envelope on the back seat. Harry got in. He pulled the door behind him. He looked once back at the school, the way he had not looked back at Privet Drive, and the school, on its hill, in the morning sun, gave him the small, slow, deep, attentive nod of a building that had decided he was not, after all, going to be a project. He returned the nod. The motor car pulled away from the gate. The road went out of the school grounds. The road went into the lanes. The lanes went into the road. The road went into the city. The city went, in time, into the deep place under the world, where a crown sat warm on the head of an old goblin king, and the iron in the band on the king's head leaned, just so, toward the small dark-haired boy coming home. The Wisengamot chamber was a great half-moon of dark wood, banked in tiers, with the witness box set into the floor at the bottom of the half-moon like the eye of a small still well. Harry came up out of the corridor on the lower step at 5 to 10. He wore black robes, plain, with the small green pin of the Iron Hills on his collar, which was the pin a champion wore when he was on goblin business in front of a wizard court. Borvak walked behind him by 3 paces, in his long dark coat, and Borvak, who was permitted by the 1542 treaty to attend any hearing in which a goblin nation's interests were at issue, sat down in the small black observer's chair on the right of the witness box. The chamber was full. Cornelius Fudge was at the lower bench in the center with his lime-green bowler in his lap. To his left was Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who had been Augusta Longbottom's friend in school and who Harry had been told, by Borvak, was worth attending to. To his right was Lucius Malfoy, in his long pale robes, with his snake-headed cane, and beside him Theodore Knott's father, who Harry had never met before this morning and who, on Harry's coming into the chamber, had given him the same small inclination of the head a long-eyed careful son had given him in a music room with a broken window 6 months before. Augusta Longbottom was high up in the 3rd tier, in dark red, with a small stuffed vulture on her hat. Albus Dumbledore was in the Chief Warlock's high seat. The Chief Warlock's seat, that morning, did not preside. Dumbledore had recused himself from the chair on the matter, by his own request, because the matter concerned a boy whose welfare he had been responsible for and whose welfare he had agreed, in writing, 2 weeks before, no longer to be. The chair was being held, in his place, by an old, dry, witty old witch by the name of Tiberia Ogden, who Borvak had told Harry was the fairest reader of a witness statement on the bench. Cornelius Fudge began. He began with the small-mannered preface a minister gave the chamber when he wanted the chamber to know in advance that the minister did not intend any unkindness, only the discharge of his duty, and that he would be sad if the chamber did not see things his way. Harry, in the witness box, with his hands flat on the wooden rail, listened to the preface. He did not move. He did not let his face show what he was thinking. He let, also, the silver under his palm be entirely still, the way Cor had taught him, and Borvak, beside him, was equally still, and the chamber, watching the small dark-haired boy and the goblin in the long dark coat, made the small impressed pause it sometimes made when a witness had come into the box already prepared. Fudge finished his preface. "Mr. Potter," he said, "we are very glad to see you here this morning. The Wizengamot has a number of small concerns, the smallness of which I cannot stress too much, about certain arrangements which appear to have been made over your head and without the ministry's involvement. We hope, this morning, to clarify those arrangements. We hope, also, to put your mind at rest about them." "My mind is at rest, Minister," Harry said. The chamber stirred. "I am glad to hear that, Mr. Potter. May I ask my first question?" "Please." "Mr. Potter, are you aware that the so-called arrangement under which you have been styling yourself a champion of a goblin nation has no standing in British wizarding law?" "No, Minister, I am not aware of that, because the statement is not correct." The chamber stirred a second time. Fudge's small-mannered smile thinned. "Mr. Potter, I am the minister." "Yes, you are. I do not say the statement is incorrect because you are the minister. I say it is incorrect because it is incorrect. The treaty signed in 1542 between the Crown of the Goblin Nation of the Iron Hills and the Wizengamot of this island, ratified again in 1612, in 1745, in 1832, and in 1929, contains an article, Article 11, which reads as follows, that the Council of the Iron Hills shall have the right at any time to designate, by their own procedure, a champion in the historical sense of the term, and that any human being so designated shall, while the designation stands, be regarded by the Wizengamot as a citizen of the Iron Hills as well as a citizen of this island, and shall enjoy the protections of both jurisdictions. I quote the article in the language of the 1929 ratification. I have, with me, the Goblin language version, and the Wizard Latin version, and the two are identical in meaning. The article, Minister, has been used 5 times in the 484 years since the treaty's first ratification. It is being used a 6th time. I am the 6th. The Council of the Iron Hills designated me, in the proper procedure of their council, in the spring of 1987. The designation was lodged with the office of the Wizengamot Secretary on the same day. The lodging was acknowledged by the office of the Secretary in writing on the next day. I have, in my pocket, a copy of the acknowledgement. I should be glad to read it into the record. The chamber, for a count of 4, did not speak. Fudge looked sideways at his clerk. The clerk, very pale, leafed through a folder. The clerk found a page. The clerk looked up. The clerk, moving his head a fraction, gave Fudge the smallest of nods. The acknowledgement was on file. Fudge, in his long blue robe with his lime-green bowler in his lap, had not been told by anyone in his office that the acknowledgement was on file. The office of the Secretary had filed it, in 1987, in a folder, and had then forgotten to tell the Minister of the day, and the folder had stayed on a shelf in the basement archive for 4.5 years, and a 6-year-old boy on a back lawn at Privet Drive had become, on the day his hand went on a wound under a privet hedge, a citizen of 2 jurisdictions, and the Wizengamot had, by the negligence of one of its own clerks, never been informed. Fudge cleared his throat. Mr. Potter, Minister. Yes, Mr. Potter. I should like, before we proceed, to ask the Wizengamot a question. May I? There was a pause. Tiberia Ogden, in the chair, looked at Harry with the small, dry, very pleased eyes of a woman who had been waiting 40 years for someone to come into this chamber with the right paperwork. She inclined her head a fraction. You may, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Madam Chief Warlock. Members of the Wizengamot. My godfather, Sirius Orain Black, was placed in Azkaban in November of 1981 without trial. He has been there 10.5 years. The Office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is in possession of a memorandum dated the 2nd of November 1981, signed by the previous head of that department, Bartemius Crouch Sr., which permits the placement and which, in its second paragraph, reserves the trial. The trial has not been held. I move that the trial be calendared for a date in this month, and that a writ of habeas corpus be issued by this body in the interim. I make the motion under my Article 11 status, which gives me, as a citizen of 2 jurisdictions, the right to make a motion before this body. I have a copy of the memorandum, of the relevant case file, and of my Article 11 citation. I should like, with the Chamber's permission, to deposit them with the clerk of the Wizengamot at this time. The Chamber stirred a third time. The third stir was not a small one. Madam Bones, on the lower bench, stood up. Madam Chief Warlock, she said, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement supports the motion. The department has, in fact, been preparing the writ since June. The department was waiting for the citation. Thank you, Madam Bones, Tiberia Ogden said. Lucius Malfoy, in his pale robes, did not stand up. He set his snake-headed cane very gently across his knees. He looked at Harry, in the witness box, with the clean cold attention of a man who had been on the wrong side of the morning by 10:30 and who was deciding, in real time, how much of his weight to throw forward into the rest of the day. He set his weight forward. It was a brave decision. It was the wrong decision. Mr. Potter, Lucius Malfoy said, in the smooth tenor of a man who had practiced the smooth tenor for 35 years, may I ask whether the Crown of the Iron Hills has read the writings of the late Lord Voldemort on the question of magical inheritance, and whether the Crown is aware of the position those writings take on so-called champion designations of human children? The chamber went very quiet. It went quiet because Lucius Malfoy had said the name. He had said it without flinching. He had said it the way a man says a name he is using as a weapon. He had said it because he was hoping, for the small dark-haired boy in the witness box, that the small dark-haired boy would flinch at the name, the way a small dark-haired boy with a piece of the dead king in his head had flinched, on certain nights, in the long, 10-year, unobserved life of his cupboard. Harry did not flinch. He had been a project of the dead king for 10 years. He had had the dead king's piece taken out of his head 1.5 years ago by a goblin master of curses. He had stood in a long low chamber at the foot of an enchanted mirror 2 months ago and watched the dead king ride out of a man's skull in a thin grey ribbon. He had spoken the dead king's name in that chamber, calmly, in his own voice. The dead king's name, in the witness box on the 3rd of July 1992, did not cost him anything. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, in the small clear voice he had used at his aunt's kitchen table, I have read every public writing of Tom Marvolo Riddle. I have read several private ones. I have, in fact, read 3 monographs of his that the Ministry's restricted section does not yet know it owns. I am familiar with his views on champion designations. His views are that the designations are an offense against the natural order. His views are also that goblins are an inferior species. His views are, finally, that this island is to be ruled by a small group of humans of his selection, which group is to include, in particular, your father, and exclude almost everybody else. Mr. Malfoy. I should be very glad to hear, on the record, in this chamber, whether you share his views, in whole or in part. Should you not share them, I should be glad of a public statement to that effect. Should you share them, I should be glad of a public statement to that effect also. I am a citizen of 2 jurisdictions, Mr. Malfoy. I should like to know, before lunch, where you stand. Lucius Malfoy did not speak for a count of 4. He did not speak because he had been asked, in a public chamber, by a 12-year-old boy, in front of 57 assembled wizards and 1 Goblin Warlord, to commit publicly to one or the other of 2 positions, neither of which he had been intending to commit publicly to that morning. He had been intending to make the small undermining remark and sit back in the comfort of its plausibility. The small dark-haired boy had not let the remark be small, and had not let it be plausible, and had pinned it to a board. Lucius Malfoy looked at Harry. He looked, also, at his snake-headed cane in his lap, and at the row in front of him, and at his colleagues to his right and his left. He looked, briefly, at Theodore Knott's father, who was watching him with a small, careful, very interested attention. He looked at Cornelius Fudge, who was looking at the floor. He looked, last, at Albus Dumbledore in the gallery, who had recused himself from the chair for the day and was, this morning, in the public seats, with the face of a schoolmaster who had been told, in a meeting, that he no longer had standing in the matter, and who had, in the morning's chamber, watched a small dark-haired boy do everything the schoolmaster had been told the boy could not yet do. Lucius Malfoy did not commit to either position. I think, Mr. Potter, he said, after the count of 4, that this is not the chamber for that question. I have asked the question in this chamber, Mr. Malfoy. I shall not answer it in this chamber. Then I shall ask it of you again, Mr. Malfoy, in another chamber. I shall keep asking it, in chambers, until you answer it. You should know that. Thank you for your time. The chamber stirred a 4th time. The 4th stir was the loudest of the morning. Tiberia Ogden, in the chair, with her old dry witty face, allowed it for a count of 3 before she rapped her gavel. Order. Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. The chair will not entertain further questions on Mr. Voldemort's monographs from either of you in the present session. Mr. Potter, do you wish to depose your motion on the writ of habeas corpus? I do, Madam Chief Warlock. The clerk will accept the deposit. Madam Bones, your office will draft the writ within 48 hours. The trial of Sirius Orain Black is calendared for the 18th of July. We shall hear the rest of the matter before us. Minister, you may proceed. Cornelius Fudge did not proceed for some seconds. He proceeded eventually. He proceeded for 30 minutes. He asked his small-mannered questions. Harry answered them in his small clear voice. The questions, by 20 minutes in, had begun to be questions Fudge was asking because the brief he had been given by his office required him to ask them, and not because he had any expectation of answers that would benefit him. By the half-hour the chamber, which had been the minister's chamber when Harry had walked in, was no longer the minister's chamber. At the end of the 30 minutes Madam Chief Warlock Tiberia Ogden, with her old dry witty face, looked round the half-moon of tears, and said, the chamber will record. Mr. Potter is a citizen of the Iron Hills as well as a citizen of this island. The Article 11 status is recognized. Sirius Orain Black is to be tried within 14 days. Mr. Potter is dismissed with the chamber's thanks. The chamber will rise for 10 minutes and then take the next item on the docket. The chamber rose. Harry stepped down out of the witness box. Borvak rose from the observer's chair. Augusta Longbottom, from the 3rd tier, gave him the small respectful inclination of her head, which Harry returned. Madam Bones gave him a longer, sharper inclination, which he returned. Theodore Knott's father, in the lower bench, set his old white hand briefly across his chest in the small private gesture of an old wizarding house acknowledging a champion, and did not look at Lucius Malfoy at all. Lucius Malfoy, in the lower bench, with his snake-headed cane across his knees, did not look at anybody. In the corridor outside, with the chamber doors closing behind them, Borvak put a hand on Harry's shoulder for the 2nd time in 5 years. Champion, he said. Borvak. Carrag will be pleased. He should be. It was Carrag's plan. It was your plan, Harry. Carrick and I helped you write it down. The chamber was yours. Lucius Malfoy is going to lie awake tonight, and the others are going to lie awake too, and that is the right outcome of a morning's work. Yes. To the deep place. To the deep place. They went down the corridor of the Ministry, and out into Whitehall, and into the back of the black motor car, where Mr. Davies, in his cap, pulled away from the curb without speaking, and the motor car slid through the long, hot, pale London afternoon, out of the city, into the lanes, into the hill country, to the culvert in the hillside, where the stone slid aside, and the long stair opened down, and Harry, with his hand in Borvak's, with the silver in his palm and the iron in his spine, went down the 22 flights, into the deep place under the world, where the slow black river ran between the rock streets, and the Goblin City, in its pretend October light, was waiting for him to come home. He stayed. He went home, to his many homes, and he held the line of his own name, and the line, with a Goblin Warlord behind it and 3 friends beside it and a crown stirred at last out of 80 years of quiet, held. Chapter 7 End.